Attention gamers. The other day as I was sitting in Champ Select, getting verbally harassed by some loser for picking Caitlyn mid in an unranked mode of a video game, I had a few thoughts. The first was that there are not enough dicks on this planet for me to accurately describe to this moron how many I would like him to suck. But then the second was the realization that this game really just doesn't feel the same to me anymore. It's like a heart that's no longer beating. It's like that smoke show chick in high school who got old, fat and ugly. It's like your favorite movie growing up randomly got turned into a compilation of memes to appeal to a generation of TikTokers. I'm not saying League of Legends is dying, as I quite frankly have no clue how it's performing since Riot hides its active player counts as well as it hides its sexual harassment lawsuits, but what I am saying is that League of Legends is dying for me, and today I'm going to talk you through in one of these sloppy video rant essays why I feel that way. This all started a few weeks ago as I just finished a 10-day panda-themed bender getting this hunk of a honey bear ready for raid. Nothing in League can get me to severely sleep-deprive myself for over a week, quite like a re-release of an old version of World of Warcraft, but I did it all. The grind of leveling, getting the best gear, and taming the rarest pet, an ostrich that I named Gay because he just looks so happy all the
quantum
time.
internet a
And now
few
it was time
times
to go
because I
back to the
think it's a
reality that I have
useless
to
waste of time. But would you know it, a
Google.
group of physicists...
One of the
of like there's more wiggle room for guys than there are for women. Male beauty standard expectations are rising though? Yeah, they are. I think so. Why is that a bad thing? Well, I didn't really say that it's a bad thing or not, but what I'm saying is that men experience beauty expectations the same way that women do. Like, I've had a bunch of people tell me that, like, oh, you look this way, you look that way, like in a negative way, right? It's super, super common. So for me, I feel like, yeah, this has always been the case. And I think it's true also for Charlie. Like, if he's shorter, yeah, there's people that just categorically say no. That's it.
Fun-sized men like
I'm
me,
aware of.
and that's okay. Like it is what it is. Like I understand that. Like but the point is there is a pressure on men, at least to some degree, to a lesser degree than women, but it is there. And what she's reinforcing here is the idea that men have to continuously adhere to an ever-increasing pressure on beauty standards, which is very similar to what women have gone through for a long time.
Yes.
And I think both of these things here are not good.
No,
like, it's not
he's
something
right.
to encourage and like pump your fist about as like a celebratory thing.
I think also, like, it's not always a bad thing either. Like, if somebody's not happy with the way that they look, I don't think that they should be shamed for wanting to change it. So, like, there's like I think that there's a middle ground here that a lot of people don't discuss, because I think that there's a lot of, and I'm not saying Charlie's doing this, but I think that, like, on the internet, there's a lot of like virtue signaling about like beauty standards where it's like, oh, you should be happy with who you are, with the way that you look. There's a lot of people that are just personally not happy with the way that they look because they don't like the way that they look for whatever reason. Like, it's the same way that, like, you know, people say like, oh, I imagine myself as the other gender or whatever. Like, there's a multiple spectrum of people that feel that way about all kinds of different attributes of themselves, right? Some people feel like they would look better with certain different colors of hair. They would look better with, you know, like facial hair, without facial hair, and they're not able to grow it, or like any other, you know, infinite amount of things. So I think it's very, very common for people to feel this way.
Bad direction. So the guy's not saying anything wrong here. I don't know why he's getting spit on so much in the comment section.
I don't think that the problem is whenever you're doing it and it's an ever receding, I guess this is kind of a little bit of a play on words, right? Because it's like talking about the hairlines, but it's a ever receding goal. So like you can never actually reach your goal because you're fundamentally insecure about yourself. Like, for example, if somebody has like a mole on their face, I think it's reasonable that that person would want to have that mole removed because they think that it doesn't make them look attractive, or it makes them uncomfortable, or it lowers their confidence. But if somebody wants, you know, like 50 different things done, at a certain point you have to ask yourself, is this actually situational or is it pathological? And I think that obviously with a lot of people it becomes pathological. That's my point.
He's just saying like, hey, you know, there's like a stigma that exists around it, so not every guy's going to be all gung-ho and like enthusiastic about going and spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on creams and pills that aren't super efficacious as well as spending thousands and thousands of dollars on a potential hair transplant that might not work super well or might might not look all that great. Like it is, it's tricky and it's a tough situation to be in.
True.
And to her point about female beauty standards and how much women go through to uphold like the female beauty standards that have been put on them for so many years now, she's not wrong in that perspective.
Absolutely
but I don't know
not.
why it has to be a battle. I don't know why she needs to now start shaming men for not conforming
Because
to
it's revenge, because women feel like they've been treated badly, and so now they get to exercise that same energy onto men. I think that's the reason why. There's a lot of social movements on the internet, this is what I've noticed, are motivated primarily by revenge.
male beauty standards that are being put upon
Like getting
them.
back at
like
some
yes, there are significantly more for
society
women,
or something
but it's
like
not
that.
like men are just
Very
allowed to be
common.
slobs forever. In fact, I don't know how many of you remember this. Don Tolliver just took a picture with, or had his picture taken with his
Yeah.
girlfriend once, and the entire internet was insulting him for like 3 full days about how ugly he is and how shameful it is for her to be with him.
Oh, yeah.
And Don Tolliver, I don't even think is like a really unattractive looking guy.
Absolutely.
Like there is still a pressure on men to look good, because they will also be insulted. That is the way the entire culture of like beauty has shifted. Where
Oh, bro, like you go and look at any of my comments from like any time that I do a stream with like any girl. Oh my God, people spam that shit. It's super common. So yeah, it's happened to me personally. So I know this is a very, very true thing. And so like those standards do exist for men. Absolutely.
everyone is expected to uphold like crazy standards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, I do think it is still more for women, but it's not like it's non-existent
Yeah,
for men.
that's
And I
true.
don't think balding is some kind of fabrication,
knows
some
it's
kind
true?
of
Yes, I
made-up
do.
concept, and that it's an easily solvable problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. And I also think that it's very hypocritical of her to take this stance that bald men are lazy by not going through all of these procedures to try and fix it, because women will go through tons of procedures for things they don't like. So like BBL or something, or
yeah.
a boob job. But I would also argue that men that are trying to tell women that they need to fix their flat ass, or like small titties aren't real, you're just lazy, are equally in the wrong for having that perspective.
weird.
Like if this video was completely flipped and it was some frat bro sitting there going like, yeah, bro, I actually don't believe in A cups. Like honkers of that size, I think are just like actually made up, make believe. Like
Yeah,
just
these girls would be going absolutely fucking apeshit about that. They would be going crazy getting mad about this. And I think there is absolutely a double standard where women think that it's okay to have certain standards for men, but when men have standards for women, somehow this is a problem. I think this happens a lot. It's very, very common.
go get a boob job. Like, go take some biotin or something.
Yeah.
Like, I'd equally be clowning on him for that perspective, too. Like, enforcing those kind of beauty standards and insulting people that don't, like, conform to it, I think is a bad thing. Like, for women and for men.
Girls have a lot of pressure to be valued based off their beauty, and guys have a lot of pressure to be valued more on how useful they are. And so guys
right.
kind of have an excuse. Like Jeff Bezos does not have to have hair if he doesn't want to, because he has all the money in the world.
I know what
Well,
you
it's
mean.
Also, like, there are some guys that look better whenever they're bald. Like, I think it's more uncommon. Generally, guys, and I think people look better with hair, but there are a small subset of people that do actually look better with less hair.
But like, I wouldn't want to be with Jeff Bezos. He's old.
What advice do you have for people that are dating?
What
If
was
they're
that?
wearing a hat, it might mean they're balding and self-conscious about it. So I would press and see if they're doing anything about that.
I love that.
Oh my God. Wow.
Signing off
Who says
advice
this?
from her right there. If you're with a guy who's wearing a hat, this is a clear indicator that there might be some balding under
No, she's right. She's right. A lot of guys do that absolutely for that reason.
there that he's very self-conscious about, so
Like Tim
poke the
Pool.
fuck out of it. Make sure to interrogate, and if necessary, rip that hat right off and reveal the
Yep.
magician's secret
Remember that?
underneath. There
Tecton
could be
did
a
it.
chrome
Yep.
dome, and then you need to ask, well, what's he doing about it? I don't know, to me that just really rubs me the wrong way, because again, if you flip this, let's say it's a guy saying like, if you're with a girl who's wearing baggy pants, it might be a clear indicator of
That she's got a flat ass.
not being
Yeah.
super cheeked up. There might not be enough cake under there.
Oh, yeah.
So make sure to like press her on it. Like, what's she doing about that? Are you hitting squats?
Yeah.
Are you getting a BBL anytime soon?
That's
Like,
right.
what's the regimen to fix this? That's just as bad. Like, I think
Exactly. It is simply projected trauma based off of them being treated badly or being held to certain beauty expectations, so them externalizing that onto somebody else. Once you understand, again, that a lot of these movements on the internet and a lot of these people that are feeling this way, the only real impulse that they're working off of is revenge, everything that they're doing makes perfect sense.
This whole idea of these beauty standards being forced upon women and men are just getting even more
Trauma
out of
dumping?
control in the current climate, and it's just a complete race to the bottom. I'm very surprised to see how much support there was behind her statements, because I find it to be kind of hypocritical, but...
Well, it is hypocritical. It is. It's absolutely hypocritical, and it's just a bunch of angry women that are unhappy that men hold them to certain standards, and some of those standards are unfair. It's true. Absolutely, it's true.
Again, this is a debate that I don't know how big the topic is. I just find it very odd now, where she's coming out here and like shaming dudes for being insecure about balding, but then not fixing it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there are so many extenuating factors that could play into that for why they can't fix it. Like, maybe they have tried all the creams. Maybe they've spent tons and tons of money.
They could also have a secondary health condition that makes taking the creams a complication. And so there's the reason why you can't do that, because doing anything in your body that's going to like grow your hair back, for example, like most things have like a, you know, there are side effects to everything. And so there's a lot of reasons why people might not want to take certain medications.
Trying to combat this problem to no avail. Like, there are so many things to take into account. If you want to do things to your body that make you happier and more comfortable, then go right ahead. But to do it because other people think that it's expected of you, I think is horrible. Like, some people that are like feeling pressure to get a buccal fat removal procedure or some shit like that, because that's like the beauty trend. It's just not good. And it does exist for men too, to a lesser degree. I agree with her that women have definitely had more pressure on them when it comes to the beauty standard.
It's not even remotely close. Women have way more pressure put on them by men. Like, you go look at the top 100 streamers for guys, and you're going to see some ogres. But you look at the top 100 streamers for girls, and there's not a single one of them that isn't attractive. That's just the way it is. That's life.
It's not like it is, you know, non-existent when it comes to men as well.
I'm gonna criticize
as evident by this take here that has a lot of support about how, like, men who are bald, they're just lazy. They gotta fix it. If they're self-conscious about baldness and doing nothing about it, they're lazy. In fact, rip their hat off to double check to make sure they're not bald and insecure.
Sure.
And like, it's just
great idea.
I don't love that. And I was pretty surprised that this debate was so split. Well, not even split. Most people were on her side with the take. It was just surprising as all. Anyway, I've been yapping about this for a while, when really it might just be a full-blown nothing burger of a topic where I got roped into like the fucking gravitational pull of the debate, like the actual epicenter. No idea, but I found it to be interesting nonetheless. That's about it. So yeah.
I completely fucking agree, by the way. I think he's totally right. It's very annoying for me, too. But, like, where a weave baldy, yeah, there's the video. Give it a like. It's a Charlie video. I think they're great. Buccal fat removal and his whole ass, the worst beauty trend. I think it's pretty bad, too. I mean, I'm not a fan of it. I think most people aren't. But anyway, yeah, I think that there's a lot of women that the reason why they push certain stuff like that is that they feel like, oh, well, men do something that's similar to this, so we need to react and respond in a way that's adversarial to that for that reason. And I think that's really what's going on here, and that's what's been going on with a lot of this stuff, and it's what has been for a while. So yeah, that's basically it. Subject of video summarized equals bald. Yes, true. But beautiful women can get viewers if they have no personality and produce boring content. That's not true. Attractive girls generally cap out at like 1,000 or 2,000 viewers. Like, just being like, if you scroll down, you'll see plenty of like 9s that are like sitting there with like maybe a few hundred viewers, like maybe 1,000 viewers or something like that. Like, yeah, no, it's true. So it's not like it's totally, like, it's not one or the other, right? But I think in general, show us. So I'm just saying that that's how it is. You see the U.S. now owns 10% of Incel? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I looked at it earlier. But 1,000 to 2,000 viewers is like top elite of Twitch already? No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that, like, being attractive as a girl, like, basically, like, to get to the top of Twitch, it's easier to get to the top of Twitch if you're a guy. But it's easier to get to the middle of Twitch if you're a girl. Does that make sense? So like women have like an unironic glass ceiling where like very few women ever get above 10,000 viewers, right? It's extremely uncommon. Like obviously some of them do, but the amount of men versus women, it's like a ratio of like fucking 50 to 1 or like 100 to 1. And so top 1% is in the middle. Well, what I'm saying is like, you're not going to get to like top 100 or even top 1,000 success, right? And so, yeah, because their personality is 0. Yeah, I mean, in some cases it is. Not all of them, but in some cases. They trying to arrest anybody who says negative shit about them. Remember that group of annoying ass bitches in Australia that tried to get video games, like Steam to get rid of video games because they were fucking bored? Well, they've been getting a little bit of pushback, and now they want gamers arrested. Big surprise, huh? Collective shout? Yes. Collective Karens.
You're a gamer. You play games.
Yep.
But what if a group of people decided that your hobby was a crime? What if they wanted to use police, even international police, to come after you just for disagreeing with them? That's not a joke. It's happening right now, and it's all thanks to a group called Collective Shout, who are trying to get anyone who stands against them arrested.
That's
Meet
right.
Collective Shout, an Australian group that
And by the way, this won't work. The more that you get upset, the more that people will want to bully and attack you. This is something like I think that a lot of these people, like generally, I think that especially certain types of women on the internet assume that playing the victim will just get people to like defend them. And to a certain extent it will. But what I don't think that they understand is that it also means that you're bleeding. And if you can bleed, if it bleeds, we can kill it. As soon as people realize that they can get to you and you show that it gets to you, you're done. You're cooked. Yep. Bully logic? Yep, exactly. It's afraid? Yes.
they didn't like some of the games on platforms like Steam and itch.io.
Exactly.
So what did they do after Gaben wouldn't listen to their complaints? They went after the money. They sent a letter to major payment companies like PayPal and MasterCard demanding they stop working with these game stores. Their argument was that some of the games had extreme content, framing it as illegal and that it should be removed. The thing is, it worked. The payment companies gave in. They told the game
It's
stores
worked previously with other things too. Large groups of bored middle-aged women that have lingering resentment towards men because their husband doesn't like them anymore because they're fat are probably the greatest threat to Western society that we have right now. They're worse than Hamas. They're worse than Russia. They're worse than, any like African warlord. They're worse than MS-13. They are the prime evil.
clean up their act or they would lose service. The game platforms removed thousands of titles to make sure that they fell in line with these financial companies' rules.
Within.
This
Yes.
response not only hurt the players of these games, it also caused financial damage to real people, including the thousands of developers who spent countless hours on the art and game development.
Of course.
It wasn't only that though. One of PayPal's largest acquiring banks terminated its service with Steam in every currency
Whoa.
other than 6. So now it's no longer just about adult games. Nearly every single person on the platform is now directly affected. Also, when a bank terminates its service with a merchant, they report it to the match list. We covered it in our previous video, but it's a secret confidential list that top banks and financial companies like MasterCard and Visa use to monitor risky merchants. Imagine it.
So why don't they just, can't you just use that as evidence for an antitrust lawsuit and then just do this? Because in my opinion, like the big problem that I think we have with a lot of these people doing stuff like this is that they get away with it. That's the big issue. It's that they get away with it, and not only do they get away with it, but in the limited times that they don't, all they get is a fine. That's the problem. Not framing the game as illegal. The games are illegal in Australia. They wanted illegal games to not be sold in Australia. Well, that's up to Steam.
As a big red flag or a warning telling other banks not to work
That's
with
the
Valve.
government.
Although the match
Yeah,
list
that's the government's decision. It's not their decision.
database is kept extremely private, the fact a bank has terminated service with Valve means they are
Absolutely.
highly likely to be on this blacklist. After
Yeah,
their
they should make these blacklists illegal. It's obvious cartel behavior. Everybody knows it. They'll regret using their real names too. I think that they already have.
And Collective Shout couldn't stop talking about this situation. You'd think a group that got what it wanted would move on to bigger things.
Yeah.
But of course, this group doesn't actually care about protecting anyone other than removing content they don't like. To defend their actions, Collective Shout has been trying to paint these games as highly illegal to larger organizations that have little understanding of gaming, like a United Nations Special Rapporteur. A UN rapporteur are independent human rights experts who simply investigate and advise on issues. The fact that Collective Shout is trying to get
another Karen apparatus, by the way. It's like a Russian nesting doll of groups of Karens trying to stop people from doing things that they disagree with. What a pathetic state of things to be in, huh? What the fuck is a human rights expert? It's called a Karen. That's it.
on their side shows they're actively working to legitimize their claims to a wider non-gaming audience. And now they found a partner in a report from a group called the Online Hate Prevention Institute.
Of course.
This report, which sides with Collective Shout, is just saying why they think this censorship is so good and framing the pushback from gamers as a hateful, misogynistic campaign. But
be careful what you wish for, because you might actually, in fact, be right.
the most interesting part is when you reach the bottom conclusion. The Online Hate Prevention Institute has been shocked by both the extreme nature and volume of the content we have seen attacking Collective Shout.
I think this is going to be the big difference between like what happened in 2014 and what happened now, what's happening now, is that I think that a lot of the emotional manipulation doesn't work anymore. And what happens now is that I think a lot of people are like, if you want to be the victim, good, I'm going to make you the victim. Like that's the way that I think a lot of people on the internet think now. Whereas back in the Gamergate days, it was much more about winning the argument, explaining to people why they're wrong. I think that's changed. I think people are tired of playing nice, and that's why these people are getting harassed. People are fed up with giving into this bullshit. They are. Yeah, you want to be a victim? All right.
who work there and those that serve on its board of directors.
Give them reason to cry wolf. Yep, definitely. No more talking, just action. Exactly. And I think also like there's no limiter for that either. Like once guys on the internet realize that they can do this and it works, oh bro, then like it's just they're gonna go crazy.
The Connect comes from accounts across multiple platforms. In some cases, new throwaway accounts have been created in an effort to anonymously post threats while trying to avoid any consequences.
Open. Yeah.
These are serious cases of cyber harassment, and there needs to be government responses, including international cooperation between law.
People say, is Zelensky speaking? Is that true? Let me go back. I'm going to see if that's actually accurate. Because if it is, I will watch this. Now, it looks like it's not true. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. Yeah, I got confused.
Law enforcement agencies. Threats of death and rape are not free speech, not even in the United States, where some of the trolls clearly come from. We're not talking about your local police. We're talking about agencies that deal with serious international crimes. They're asking for help from organizations like Interpol. It's crucial to understand that Interpol isn't a police force that would directly arrest you.
No.
Instead, it's a network that communicates between different countries' police. It would allow an Australian police force, like the Australian Federal Police, to coordinate with agencies in other countries like the FBI in the US to track down and investigate people. So Collective Shout's allies want to use laws that were designed to fight cybercrime like harassment, threats, and defamation to go after gamers who simply just don't want their games.
Well, what they want to do is that they want to be able to create a self-appointed government apparatus that they're in control of, and they also don't want anybody to be able to push back against them. That's, I think, the big thing that's going on right now. Is that they want to be able to control and tell everybody else what to do, but they don't want anybody else to be able to say, shut up.
Censored and controlled by people who
Okay,
have
Australian
never played
commies,
a
yeah,
video
exactly.
game in their life.
That's what it
and
is.
while no one should accept threats of violence,
Well,
a
even
number
if they did play video games, it doesn't matter.
of people have found that Collective Shout has been faking threats against themselves to gain sympathy and get donations. They genuinely think that if they just say the games are illegal
Yeah.
and anyone who speaks up against them is misogynistic or a rapist, that it will just make everyone agree and listen to them. Remember, like Valve has said,
Yeah, this
the game
isn't 2014 with Gamergate. Gamers at this point, and I think people on the internet, especially young guys, have no problem being the villains. If you're saying that you're getting bullied and you're getting harassed and it's scaring you, they're going to say good. The age of, like, again, and the reason why that's happened is because you have made any degree of productive conversation and reasonable discourse impossible. That's it. Like, yeah, good, maybe cry louder. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what's going to happen.
they were targeting were legal and fit inside
The
their
age of
original
capitulation is over?
policies.
It's
So it
totally
genuinely
over.
seems like Collective Shout may actually start to work with police to pursue criminal charges
won't
against
matter.
gamers. Collective Shout is straight
There's
up
people in Serbia that are doing this, people in China that are doing this, in Russia that are doing this. Nobody's going to get arrested over this. Maybe one person's going to get arrested. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. Like, you're not going to call the internet police and try to backtrace everybody on 4chan that's, harassing you on the internet. It's just not real.
coming into a space that's not theirs, trying to control it, and they don't want anyone to speak up against it. They got cooked so hard they had
Yep.
to private their X account, which is most likely why they had to start begging for donations, as they were starting to look bad for their supporters.
That's
so let
right.
that all sink in. A group is trying to get international police involved. They want law enforcement to target people who oppose them. Although Collective Shout tries to act like the victims, this campaign has already directly affected thousands of developers,
It
many
has.
of them small, independent creators who lost their income overnight. Luckily, Valve is on their side, but that still doesn't change the fact that their previous work
Well, Valve
was
isn't on their side. Valve is just simply doing what they need to do in order to make their business viable. I don't think they're really on anybody's side.
removed. So Collective Shout is
Yeah, they don't really
directly
care.
responsible for inflicting financial damage on thousands of people. Because
Mm-hmm.
Collective Shout is an Australian group, these developers could group together and file a class action lawsuit against them for economical damages.
Yeah,
Their
they should.
most
That
likely
would be
path
funny.
to a win would be in an Australian court, as US courts would have difficulty claiming jurisdiction over an Australian organizations for actions that launched overseas. This is just a thought for all the game developers who are affected, as these power-hungry people won't stop until they face consequences.
That's right. That's true. Then they'll never stop. Because, again, if they stop, then they lose their power. That's the reason why. So if they're never going to stop, they're never going to run out of things to complain about. There's always going to be something else that's worse. They will never stop because that's their entire life.
It also won't just stop here. According to MasterCard's rules, any game with non-consensual mutilation could be hit, and since Steam is now forced to follow their rules, this means nearly every top game could get removed. By not fighting
Well,
back,
that's not
we are
gonna happen.
allowing a small group to dictate what is acceptable for an entire
Yep.
global community.
That's
Trump
correct. It's completely correct. And I think everybody should push back about this as much as possible. I mean, I don't advocate for harassment. Like, this is my viewpoint is that, like, I don't feel bad whenever these people get harassed, even if it's something that's really bad, because you shouldn't have done it. You should not have inserted yourself into other people's lives and tried to push them around and bully them around and then make them do what you want them to do. You should have never done it. If you didn't want this to happen, you shouldn't have stepped into the arena. Get out of the arena. Stop pushing people in different directions. That's the real problem.
has signed an
Yeah,
executive
fuck
order
around
that
and find
is meant
out.
to stop banks from debanking or denying financial services for political
Triple
or
H.
reputational risk reasons. So if it is a lawful activity, they can't deny it, which is what's happening exactly here. While this executive order is a big step, it's not a full law just yet and won't help everyone around the world. Now, regardless of how long it takes, I wouldn't be surprised if Valve comes out with a solution so they no longer have to be dependent on these large financial companies.
That's
Make sure-
probably what they're going to do. I mean, like, they're not stupid. I mean, they can see that this is obviously a problem, and the real solution for it will be creating a separate payment system to completely subvert that. So they attack us gamers, calling us ists and phobes while celebrating ruining our hobby, and then they get upset. And then whenever we get upset and then claim harassment, odd how that works. Well, that's the problem. And I think, again, people's goodwill towards these people is gone. Like, there's no goodwill left. There are only, like, the low road has been
physicists now says we can use it to test the intersection of gravity and quantum physics. And that could be very interesting. Maybe I'll have to stop complaining about it now. The quantum internet is the idea to distribute quantum information between different laboratories, either through fiber optics or via satellite link. One day, so the idea it could link quantum computers or keep information ultra secure. The reason I think it's an idiotic idea is that whatever you do, these quantum links will remain incredibly fragile and susceptible to noise. You so much look at them wrong and the entanglement collapses out of embarrassment. It's an expensive yet utterly useless idea unless you want to use it for research. So this is where the new idea comes in. The authors say that we can use the already existing links between laboratories to test some of the fundamental properties of quantum physics and gravity. This is interesting because physicists are struggling to combine these two theories. And one of the big hurdles on the way is that we know very little about how quantum physics and gravity work together. Indeed, we don't even know whether Einstein's famous equivalence principle that his theory is based on holds for quantum particles. Actually, physicists don't agree on what that would even mean. The reason that we know don't agree on what that would even mean. The reason that we know so little about this is that normally we either have experiments in which we can measure gravitational effects or we can measure quantum effects, but not both at the same time. There have been very few experiments in the overlap region so far. One thing that people have done, for example, is to drop Bose-Einstein condensates in vacuum towers to see if they fulfill Einstein's equivalence principle. It turns out that at least so far the answer is yes, but this is an extremely small probe falling a very short distance. It can't pick up on subtle effects. And if someone threatened to drop you down a vacuum tower, wouldn't you also agree that Einstein was right? Enter the quantum internet. The authors of the new paper want to test a well-known effect of gravity in the quantum range. That's the time dilation in a gravitational field. This means that time runs a little bit slower close to massive bodies like our planet. So strictly speaking, the passage of time depends on altitude. If you live near the sea, you age a tiny little bit slower than on top of a mountain. The authors of the new paper say the best way to measure this effect is to use 3 nodes of the quantum internet, each at different elevation, and put very precise atomic clocks at each side. The ticks of these atomic clocks can be shared through the quantum internet, and that way they can be entangled. This is what you need the quantum internet for, to maintain the entanglement. The cool thing is now that the entanglement should gradually shift because it depends on the curvature of space-time. So you see, this is a direct connection between quantum entanglement and space-time curvature. And that isn't the only thing. They also find that if one measures the differences in the passage of time this way, it's much more sensitive than other methods. So basically, you get an ultra-precise way to measure the gravitational field. Let me be clear, though, that this doesn't directly test quantum gravity, because the gravitational field that one measures is that of Earth, which doesn't itself have quantum properties. But it does test the interplay between gravity and quantum physics in a range that we haven't tested before. Actually, some physicists have proposed to test this with satellite missions where the entanglement would be created in space and be shared over even greater distances, but alas, it looks like instead we'll just get yet another bigger collider. This new proposal is a good way to see why I'm excited about new quantum technologies, even though I'm highly skeptical of their commercial value. It's because they're willingly or unwillingly probing entirely new physical phenomena, something that's become increasingly difficult. There's a real chance that one day one of those experiments will find something new and will kickstart progress in the foundations of physics. So yes, maybe the quantum internet is fragile, Expensive and mostly useless, but so are most physicists, and look how far they've come. Do you know the joke about the two guys running from a bear? Do you really think we'll outrun the bear, says one of them, and the other one says, I don't have to outrun the bear, I just have to outrun you. That's how I think about internet safety. I don't have to outsmart hackers. I just have to be a little more difficult target than most of you. And that's why I use NordVPN. NordVPN is an app that makes your internet connection ultra secure. You install it on your phone or laptop and use it to create a safe connection. With NordVPN, no one can spy on your data or track your whereabouts, and it also comes with a threat protection that keeps you safe from malware, trackers, and malicious ads. It doesn't just protect your privacy, it also makes your life easier. You know how some content is blocked for users in certain locations? For example, if you're in Europe, a lot of pages in the United States have become inaccessible in recent years because they don't comply with European privacy regulations. That can get really annoying. But well, NordVPN has more than 5,000 servers all over the world. Just pick a server in the United States. Problem solved. NordVPN is a straightforward app that does what it's supposed to. It keeps you safe online. I recommend you give it a try yourself, and if you do, make sure to use my link nordvpn.com/Sabine or use the code Sabine to get a special offer. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. According to the headlines, last year's Nobel Prize in Physics. Dark energy is some mysterious stuff that accelerates the expansion of the universe. At least that's the usual story. For a couple of years now, a group of physicists has claimed that dark energy is really caused by black holes. This story turned out to be more interesting than anticipated, and new data analysis just supports it, kind of. I have a brief summary. How can black holes be related to dark energy? Dark energy is the name physicists have given to whatever it is that speeds up the expansion of the universe. It has the odd property that it doesn't dilute as space expands. This is unlike any other type of energy that we know of, which is why dark energy is so hard to explain. It was difficult to swallow this already when we thought this stuff is just constant in time. But in what's currently the most interesting development in the foundations of physics, it seems that dark energy is actually getting weaker. Black holes at first sight seem to be an unrelated phenomenon. Most of them are created by stellar collapse when matter gets crushed by its own gravity. The new idea now is called cosmologically coupled black holes, and has it that we've totally misunderstood what black holes do. It says that black holes feel the expansion of the universe. They expand with it. And if black holes expand, their mass grows. So the mass inside the universe grows. It doesn't dilute. This is why black holes can mimic dark energy. However, the number of black holes depends on how many stars collapse. It's not a steady rate. In the early universe, a lot of stars form rather suddenly once conditions allow it. Some of them later go on to form black holes. Suddenly once conditions allow it. Some of them later go on to form black holes. Suddenly once conditions allow it. Some of them later go on to form black holes. For some while then, there's a lot of black hole formation which later slows down. This means if there's a lot of black hole formation which later slows down. This means if black holes cause dark energy, then you expect dark energy to become weaker over time, which is indeed what the observations suggest. But this is a rather vague expectation, and the reason why the new data analysis from DESI is so interesting. The DESI experiment is a telescope which does a sky survey atop Kitt Peak in Arizona. It looks for baryon acoustic oscillations, that are patterns in galaxies that are left over from sound waves in the plasma in the early universe. Dark energy affects how those patterns change with time. So by measuring the patterns for galaxies at different ages, they can find out how dark energy changes. DESI is one of the experiments that found evidence that dark energy is weakening, and they've now checked how well the cosmologically coupled black holes fit to their data. In this figure, these two data points are the ones that indicate dark energy is weakening. You can see that they fit badly to the standard cosmological model, which is called lambda CDM. You can also see in this figure that the model with cosmologically coupled black holes seems to fit a little bit better. However, if you crunch the numbers, the slightly better fit over here means a slightly worse fit over there, and in the end, they're both equally good or bad. But they also find that the cosmologically coupled black holes help with a different problem, that is the tension in the Hubble rate. Overall, the black hole model which they use has the same number of parameters as the standard model lambda CDM, and they say that it fits the data as well or slightly better than the standard cosmological model. Sounds lame, but I find that a remarkable achievement. It's a real alternative and one that it actually explains dark energy. But on the theoretical side, the idea is highly problematic. This is because galaxies themselves are not coupled to the cosmological expansion. They don't expand. So why would black holes inside them be coupled? Also, 2 years ago, a group of astrophysicists showed that if the masses of black holes indeed grow, then that would much increase the black hole merger rate, and the expected rate is just incompatible with what we see in gravitational wave interferometers. That's physics speak, for your theory just got eaten by the data. This is why I give this an 8 out of 10 on the bullshit meter. This idea has big problems. I still think it's interesting, though, that it fits the data as well as it does. And maybe the problems turn out to go away if we understand the theory better. Or maybe the expansion of the universe is slowing because it's getting tired of our nonsense. Let me know what you think in the comments. Problems. I'm sure you have a few. But problem solving is a skill you can train, just like any other. I found that a simple and effective way to do this is with Brilliant. Brilliant offers courses on a large variety of topics in science, computer science, and mathematics. All their courses have interactive visualizations and come with follow-up questions. Whether you want to learn to think like an engineer, brush up your knowledge of algebra, or want to learn coding in Python, Brilliant has you covered. It's an effective way to build up your knowledge and train your problem-solving skills, and you can do it whenever and wherever you have the time. And of course, I have a special offer for viewers of this channel. If you use my link brilliant.org/Sabine or scan the QR code, you'll get 20% off the annual premium subscription. So go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Gerard 't Hooft won the Nobel Prize in 1999 and the recent Breakthrough Prize for his work on the standard model of particle physics. He also thinks that quantum mechanics is nonsense. Indeed, he has an alternative theory for quantum mechanics that he says is how the world really works. This theory has been almost entirely ignored by physicists, which is unfortunate because he predicts a limit letter psi. Basically, quantum Is AI truly creative, or are the current models just mixing up and reproducing what they've been trained on? This question is currently super controversial. Linguist Noam Chomsky has bluntly described ChatGPT as basically high-tech plagiarism. But Sam Altman from OpenAI, not so surprisingly, has a different perspective. He agrees with David Deutsch that creativity is just taking something you saw before and modifying it a little, and on this count even the current models are truly creative. Then there was this stunning study. The authors looked at diffusion models that are widely used now for image creation. Diffusion models are deep neural networks like large language models, so they get trained on lots of data to learn from it. However, they process input differently. They start from pure noise and iteratively denoise it to create images. In this process, they draw on the data that they've been trained on. In this new paper now, the authors show that this image creation is actually
obviously finish and deliver the game as outlined in the white paper by completing the...
Seems accurate. Logan Paul has blocked CoffeeZilla for years. He hasn't paid back all of his customers.
Mr. Beast is genuinely one of the most evil people alive today. I mean that. So Mr. Beast is getting a bunch of hate.
Lunchly advertises a healthier spin on your kid's favorite lunch kit with bold claims, influencer hype, and flashy packaging.
Footage of Mr. Beast saying some very inappropriate things has recently
today. I mean that. So Mr. Beast is getting a bunch of hate.
Lunchly advertises a healthier spin on your kid's favorite lunch kit with bold claims, influencer hype, and flashy packaging.
Footage of Mr. Beast saying some very inappropriate things has resurfaced because
Logan Paul and Mr. Beast are about to end. Yes, I know many of you are going to say, hey, this is an everyday thing, but no, actually. Mr. Beast and Logan Paul are going to end in 2025. The reason is that both of them have been exposed multiple times in 2025, and before that as well.
The popular social media personality Logan Paul is facing fresh questions over his cryptocurrency dealings.
Mr. Beast is getting attacked for Team Water that is trying to raise $40 million.
They have been exposed, but at that time people backed them up. Fans backed them up, and they rose to fame. But as of right now, the news is coming that the fans who used to support both of them, Mr. Beast and Logan Paul, are actually doing everything to destroy them. But at
Beast is getting attacked.
Facing fresh questions over his cryptocurrency.
$40 million.
They have been exposed, but at that time people backed them up. Fans backed them up, and they rose to fame. But as of right now, the news is coming that the fans who used to support both of them, Mr. Beast and Logan Paul, are actually doing everything to destroy Logan Paul and Mr. Beast altogether. The reason is that Logan Paul and Mr. Beast scammed their own fans. They have hurt their fans' feelings, especially Logan Paul. From his dream era to his crypto scam, this guy has crossed all the lines in terms of making money.
And again, it's not the wealthy investors that will sue. It's these people that put in $2,000 and it was the only $2,000 they had. That's where it's so valuable, and I know that you feel that way.
And trying to become a billionaire YouTuber, and he didn't even hesitate to scam his own fans. At the same time, Mr. Beast has been exposed as well, not just by people, even his friends don't like Mr. Beast at all, because the reason is that Mr. Beast himself is a billionaire YouTuber who doesn't actually give his friends access to make a similar amount of money.
Collector here, where's that 100 G's?
Dude, what the hell? Why am I getting pressed like this?
Where's the 100 grand? It's 100,000 years of clean water for people in need.
Dude, I haven't streamed it. Like I said, I'm doing 100 and then whatever my chat donates. I told you that.
Also, that doesn't actually mean they can spend the same money as Mr. Beast on charity. What people are calling out about Mr. Beast is that he is trying to donate people's money in his own name. For example, many people are saying that yes, Mr. Beast's friends and all the general public like us donate money to Mr. Beast's charity. Mr. Beast will donate the money and make a video, then upload the video on his YouTube channel. Those videos will get hundreds of millions of views, maybe even 500 million, and all the revenue will go straight into Mr. Beast's pocket. This actually benefits Mr. Beast only, and this is what people are not liking at all. They are calling it out, and this could let Mr. Beast lose everything in one go.
Mr. Beast is genuinely one of the most evil people alive today. I mean that. So Mr. Beast is getting a bunch of hate. Now, why is Mr. Beast evil? What is the reason? How? Be specific. Nobody's saying the reason why. donate their millions into their own communities. Africa before Mr. Beast, Africa after. This has 1.2 thousand likes.
This is not the first time Mr. Beast has faced criticism. Recently, Mr. Beast came up with his new AI, where you can just copy someone else's thumbnail. That means if you have worked hard for days to make a thumbnail, Mr. Beast's AI can copy it in a couple of seconds.
Also, copy a URL from any YouTube video. We'll just paste this one I have here. And in the prompt box, just tell it what to change in the thumbnail.
This is actually called stealing, and Mr. Beast is helping people steal someone else's hard work. At the same time, Logan Paul came up with CryptoZoo, where he took away people's hard-earned money, their years of savings, without thinking once or twice that his fans could go broke or face financial loss.
How much did you guys make from CryptoZoo?
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000.
I lost around 15,000 US dollars.
I lost $25,000.
That just happened, and Logan Paul made millions of dollars. Even though he promised to give back some of his fans' losses, he didn't keep his promise and didn't give any money back.
Obviously, finish and deliver For the game, as outlined in the white paper, by completing the egg bridge from ETH to BSC.
Right now, people are actually uniting and taking legal action to stop these two scammers, which could end Logan Paul and Mr. Beast altogether.
Seems accurate. Logan Paul has blocked CoffeeZilla for years. He hasn't paid back all of his customers, so, you know, where's the lie?
Not only is this issue ruining Logan Paul and Mr. Beast, but there are also lots of other reasons.
Has blocked
Paul and Mr. Beast altogether.
Seems accurate. Logan Paul has blocked CoffeeZilla for years. He hasn't paid back all of his customers, so, you know, where's the lie?
Not only is this issue ruining Logan Paul and Mr. Beast, but there are also lots of other reasons. Right now, some clips are shown on the internet where Logan Paul is talking about the Lunchly Kits brand of both Logan Paul and Mr. Beast, or even Prime Hydration. Logan is now starting to shift the brand away from Mr. Beast's name.
Speaking of meat, the Mr. Beast Lunchly meal, barbecue chicken dippers that are just so good. And lunch Mr. Beast Prime Berry Freeze. Oh man, that is smooth.
Now you may ask, why is that? You already know where Logan Paul lost all his reputation, so his Prime Hydration business is collapsing first. Now, Logan and Mr. Beast might be thinking of playing a strategy. When people see Prime Hydration with Mr. Beast's name, they might think, at least this man is making big donations to charity for people in Africa, so we should buy their product. That's how they can secretly get back into the market. Another thing is that, as you know, they are both partners in the Lunchly brand, where people have now started criticizing this brand for its unhealthy and very concerning ingredients.
Lunchly advertises a healthier spin on your kid's favorite lunch kit with bold claims, influencer hype, and flashy packaging.
We tested these kits just like we did Lunchables. We found no reason to call them healthier.
So, after all the criticism, controversy, and the exposures coming out now, the businesses of Logan Paul and Mr. Beast are not like before. All the criticism is making their situation worse. Remember, even before, the New York senator gave a warning to Logan Paul for his brand.
Senator Schumer claims that packaging and advertising for the two drinks are almost identical. Makers of Prime point out that the label warns it is not recommended for children under 18.
Maybe Mr. Beast and Logan Paul are thinking that they might face even more backlash if all the truths come out. But as this continues, some people are now exposing Mr. Beast's previous scams where he threatened others when they exposed him.
Footage of Mr. Beast saying some very inappropriate things has resurfaced because of Rosanna Pansino. If you remember, about a year ago, Rosanna exposed Mr. Beast for faking his videos, which led to a very public fight between the two that was covered by a bunch of creators. But Rosanna just shared this video on her Twitter page exposing Mr. Beast for saying some very wild things.
Shut the up, you stupid
There's a lot of evidence in the videos, but people in the comments don't seem to be buying it. Specifically when it comes to Rosanna, a lot of people were attacking her for the claims that she made. After she shared the video on Twitter, a lot of people accused her of doing it to make some money. Meanwhile, others were saying that what he said in the video wasn't even that bad.
So if you just try to talk against Mr. Beast and Logan Paul, they will just make you shut up permanently. Why? They are big names on the internet. They can make people billionaires or even millionaires, but when they find someone talking against them, they will completely try to erase them from the internet. For example, what Logan Paul did before. When CoffeeZilla exposed Logan Paul, he filed a defamation case and tried to make things worse for CoffeeZilla. Even CoffeeZilla's lawyer said it himself.
This case really presents a David and Goliath type problem. You look at somebody like CoffeeZilla, yes, he has a lot of YouTube subscribers. I mean, I'm sure he makes money. You know, I'm sure he does fine. He's not anywhere near the capacity of his opponent. I mean, his opponent has an unlimited war chest to come at him and could essentially use this suit to drive him off the internet. We're not going to let that.
So this is their main power. By using their fame and money, they can do any kind of scam with people and literally get away with it. And when they launch a charity like Team Water, if you donate, just watch their reaction. For example, Mr. Beast criticized someone donating $15,000, saying it's just a small amount to him.
Let's do some math right here, boys. That 15 grand I just got us, does that even make a dent? That was 0.001%.
So guys, let me know in the comments. Do you think people should support creators like Logan Paul and Mr. Beast, who wear a mask to appear as good content creators, but behind the scenes care only about money? At the end of the day, they don't care about their fans. They only care about how much money they can make and how to become billionaires overnight. From now on, let me know in the comments. Will you support content creators who take from the community and fans, but don't actually give back anything to them or their community? Let me know in the comments.
What an unbelievably crazy week on Kick. I was just talking about the French streamer Jean Parmenov, who passed away in his sleep on stream after a marathon of abuse from some other streamers. And just now, I literally just finished streaming Resident Evil 6, and I was taking a little tinkle, and I got sent a little something that is so diabolical I had to hop back in the saddle and yap about it. It is incomprehensible.
This SRL streamer just got arrested for hitting a random woman with a paintball gun.
There's 9,000. There's 9,000. There's 9,000. There's 9,000.
This RL streamer just got arrested for hitting a random woman with a paintball gun while live streaming herself doing so.
29-year-old Amaris Sampson, more commonly known by her Kick username Xena the Witch, was arrested Wednesday night around 10 p.m. On Saturday, August 9th, Sampson is seen in a live stream shooting a random person with a paintball on the trail near Lady Bird Lake.
And it's safe to say the punishment she received from this platform might be one of the funniest we've seen on this channel, because honestly, it almost feels like a bad joke. And honestly, not really to anyone's surprise, this whole mess was a part of Ice Poseidon's streaming event, because in recent years he's been collecting the biggest influencer morons like their Infinity Stones for his own content. And while some could argue, hey, well, this was an open event and anyone can compete here, he at least gravitates them towards himself. And if you've been around this channel for a while now, you probably know who he is. He was one of the largest streamers back on Twitch, had a very controversial career, ended up getting banned permanently, and then went over to Kick.com to continue his controversial career. But in recent years, he's been hosting all sorts of Hunger Games style streamer competitions and other stuff, and they normally spiral into chaos. It's basically been one single month since some chaotic thing has happened on a stream that we covered here on this channel, but today we're back with a new low.
He said it! He said it!
And honestly, in a similar fashion to the other one, this isn't even really his fault. But before we dive into what happened, meet Amaris Sampson, a 29-year-old woman who goes by the name of Xena the Witch on Kick. She was one of about 90 streamers participating in this new scavenger hunt event. And it's safe to say that she's not someone you would call a first-time offender when it comes to controversial streaming content. She's actually been featured here on this channel before, because Xena has been building her reputation in the IRL streaming space for a while. And it's safe to say she's made some pretty dumbass decisions. Arguably, the paintball incident isn't like an isolated moment of poor judgment, because in January of 2024, after an argument with an Uber driver, he pulled the car over in the middle of the street and both Xena and her friend got out. Then Xena's friend recorded herself grabbing the driver's phone and tossing it into the street.
You're gonna cancel the ride right now. I broke that phone. Let's go.
I mean, that's just completely pathetic. But then she herself randomly sucker punched this Norwegian streamer by the name of Don Patrick in his head completely out of nowhere during a Jack Doherty broadcast.
Okay? No. What the f***? Oh my sh**.
And while the first one's outrageous and the second one is scummy, the most recent thing might just be the dumbest and most outright cruelest thing that she's ever done on her stream. So what happened? Well, earlier this month, Austin police started getting reports about streamers running around the city with paintball guns. And it all came to a head when someone got hurt. A woman was just going about her day near some paddleboard rentals on South Lakeshore Boulevard in Austin, Texas, when she suddenly just got hit with a paintball fired at her by a random stranger. The victim had to go to the emergency room and file a police report because, well, it's no surprise that being hit by a paintball is not your ideal way to spend your Saturday afternoon. But the police classified this assault with injury, and it didn't take long for them to conclude that it was connected to the scavenger hunt in Austin, Texas. Now, unlike the Last Man Standing event, Ice Poseidon Scavenger Hunt is a citywide competition where essentially any streamer can just join this competition, collect these 50 hidden RFID tags and have a chance of winning $30,000. It's a complete open invite, and it became chaotic, to put it lightly. And for some reason, all of these IRL streamers start acting like the city of Austin, Texas was their own private Rust server. And this is the second season of the event, and just for a recap, the biggest incident of the first event was when Natalie Reynolds convinced what seemed to be a homeless woman to jump into a lake for $20 that she never paid.
Scanner that you need to look for in the water. Really? Yeah. What if I drown? I'm scuba certified. You should jump in. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Ready? Oh, you said it was okay. You said you wanted to swim. You told me to jump in. I didn't tell you to jump in. I can't swim. I can only float. Sorry, I didn't know.
Fast forward to this year, we have multiple streamers running around South Lakeshore Boulevard for some reason carrying paintball guns. According to them, this was to protect themselves. Okay, and I guess that's one questionable thing, but it got worse when Xena decided to do this.
Adriana!
Now, I can't show the moment she fired the paintball, but you can use your imagination and clearly see she tracked that woman, and this was no accident.
Sorry. That's a real worker you almost shot at. Huh? Yeah, that's a real worker you. I don't know.
This was simply for her own amusement. And to make the situation even worse, when called out by another woman who was with her, instead of taking any kind of responsibility and immediately, checking if anyone was actually hit and maybe apologizing, she just doubled down and said she didn't care. Wow, what a great person.
Where did she shoot you? In the... Do you know who it was?
Can you please turn that off?
Yeah, I just wanted to get the evidence because I can.
It's one of the girls. Yeah, Amira Sampson. She's the one who shot you.
Now, obviously, this woman had nothing to do with the scavenger hunt and nothing to do with streaming, and certainly did not consent to being fired at with paintballs. And we actually got the aftermath of the situation recorded by the streamer Benny Mac.
They're doing it around the public. They're doing it around members of the public. It's utter bull.
Who did?
Yeah, what's your name? Where did she shoot you?
And it's kind of interesting because when Benny arrived and started trying to figure out who was responsible for hitting her with a paintball, the response from the other streamers in the area was basically to act like they were the victims. Hello? Because they went on to say they only had paintball guns to defend themselves from other people with paintball guns, and definitely not the friendliest of tones. And when Benny said he wasn't very comfortable with that, one of them were like, "How are you intimidated by us?"
Just so you know, this guy's got a paintball gun over here.
I'm not shooting.
Yeah, she just got shot in the thigh by one of your team.
Just one of the girls.
And this is a member of the public. Well, why have you got a paintball gun?
What the are you going to do about it?
Why are you coming at me like... I'm just asking a member of the public. Please do not come near members of the public aggressively with firearms.
You're accusing him of shooting her.
No, I'm just saying why.
One of us shot her.
I'm just wondering why you've got a paintball gun.
To defend ourselves from the other people with paintball guns. Okay. Is that fair? Yeah.
I don't think it's fair. Not in public.
Okay, do the turn.
Okay, well, this member of the public just got hit by a paintball.
We didn't shoot her. Did we?
Then why are you intimidating people with weapons in public? You intimidated me.
How? I'm walking towards you. You just.
Shut up.
You just.
No?
Yeah, you are.
I'm a member of the public.
Shut up.
Again, hello? I didn't realize it was possible to be this socially unaware.
How? I'm walking towards you.
You see what I mean? What was that? Like, hey guys, could you not shoot random people with paintball guns? Oh, you just a Like, what kind of response is that? Oh, well, in that case, please continue to live stream yourself committing crimes. What an insufferable crowd. On Twitter, Xena initially tried to deny that she was the one who fired the paintballs, which is pretty bold to put it lightly, you know, considering the fact that she live streamed herself doing it. But thankfully, she started to realize that she couldn't deny something that she live streamed herself doing. So she then changed her story to claim, oh, it was just an accident, and she would stop being so reckless in the future. Also, I hit up Ice because I was extremely confused about why this whole paintball situation was a thing. And apparently he told the contestants that nobody should be using them and confirmed they brought it themselves. So I guess these streamers are just harassing civilians with paintball guns for sport? Like, there's no upside for them to do this other than their own entertainment and content. But that really shows you what kind of people they are. And it didn't take long for the police to end up identifying her, which, you know, isn't surprising when someone commits a crime on camera and broadcasts the evidence to thousands of viewers. But the investigation confirmed what everyone could already see in the footage, and they moved forward with pressing 3 charges. And the charges were assault with bodily injury, deadly conduct, and out-of-county misdemeanor. Now, the arrest itself turned into a whole moment in itself because it played out live on Shuby's stream. And if that guy rings a bell, yeah, we've covered him on the channel before as well, because he was the genius behind breaking into a police training facility while live streaming it in Fairfax County, Virginia. And if you know anything about that place, it's like Fed Central and one of the highest funded police forces in the nation. So it's safe to say this is not the first time arrests have been made on Shuby's stream. At least this time it wasn't him though.
Why are we getting pulled over?
Is that a rifle?
It's a paintball gun.
Okay, just leave it there.
Xena, do you need a lawyer or something? Do you need a lawyer?
I have a lawyer.
Okay, you're all good.
And her mugshot was released shortly after, confirming that she'd actually been booked and was facing serious consequences for paintballing the woman in the paddleboard rental. But the funny part is, while police were looking for her documents, a viewer in Shuby's chat donated $2 just to snitch on her through TTS out loud.
In the
Hi, officer. The passenger is a wanted felon for assault. She's the streamer the news was talking about. Amara Sampson. Check her out. She is a career criminal.
The whole Twitch TTS thing with IRL streamers is just such an interesting phenomenon because unlike normal desktop streamers, TTS is normally like, you know, just meant to chime in. But on IRL streamers, TTS notifications come in to like essentially mess with the streamer or make their lives like miserable. TTS people either want them arrested or to get into some altercation. But what's even funnier is how Kick decided to respond to the situation, because instead of giving her a normal warning, they just suspended her account indefinitely. Or, well, not quite. They actually just banned her for 999 years, which is essentially indefinitely. But according to the platform, and as Shuby showed, her account is set to be restored on August 12th, 2024.
Yeah, she showed me how long she got banned for, but she doesn't want me to say. Hold on, I'm trying to convince her to make it public, bro. She's being scared, bro. Alright, I'm gonna just show y'all this. This is how long she's banned.
I mean, she played herself here. And now, just recently on August 19th, 2025, Xena actually called in during a live stream by She's So Icy to announce that she will be heading back this week. But she didn't give any real details if she's actually been officially released by the authorities or if she managed to bail herself out. But either way, she made it clear that she's on her way out. According to her, though, she's done with live streaming, which makes sense considering that she's been banned for 1,000 years. And honestly, if you're banned on Kick, good luck existing anywhere else.
Hi, everybody. Obviously, I will be home this week. You know, I'm chilling. I got everybody in here. Basically, you know, they rub my feet, they braid my hair. You already know how it is. And I'm just kidding. But no, it's pretty chill in here. I'm vibing. Ready to go home to my cats. You know, the home is good. The friendship is good. The family is good. Yeah, everything's good other than the fact that I'm a new little fender bender, but...
A little fender bender. A little oopsie.
I'm the other witch. I'm always going to be on top, so even when I'm on the bottom, I'm still a top bitch.
And that's right.
I don't really have anything else.
So she deliberately fired a paintball at someone, calls it a fender bender, and then claims she's still on top, but she's in jail because she didn't post a 10K bond. So roughly $1,000 through a bail bond agency and she's free, but she didn't post that. So it must suck to be so clearly in the wrong that not even any of your rich kick friends would even want to bail you out. But hey, I guess that's just life sometimes. It sucks to suck. Optimistically though, with Xena facing potential legal consequences and a lifetime ban from Kick, we might think this would serve as a warning to other creators about the consequences of putting random people at risk for entertainment. But we just came out of Johnny Smalley's trial, and based on the history of IRL streaming and the general trajectory of these content creators, that's probably never going to happen. Let's be real. And also, if you want to see us traveling to South Korea for the trial, you can click on that video right here, as we've spent a week of our lives making this, and I feel like it's a crazy story. But other than that, subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you guys in the next video with more energy, because I am extremely low on energy because I'm kind of sick from my South Korea trip. But until then, I'll see you then. Peace.
That yet another potential death was just streamed on Kick. I'm recording this an hour after it happened, and the victim is currently still in the ICU, so I guess by the time I post this, I'll know whether or not they passed away, but I'm going to keep this part in here right now because it's up in the air. A Kick streamer, Raja Jackson, who is the son of Rampage Jackson, and also a professional fighter, just went fucking ballistic on a wrestler during a wrestling event on stream. He picks the wrestler up, slams him on the mat, and then lays down 27 punches to the man's skull, most of which were delivered while he was unconscious. And by the end of it, he is bleeding and bloodied. They couldn't wake him up. They said he was barely breathing, and someone even used the word flatlined, that he was flatlined in the ring. This is not fake. This is not scripted. I did my best to censor this. It is brutal. It is extremely hard to watch. I also cut the clip short, but they pan back and he is covered in blood. Raja Jackson is a professional fighter who has unloaded, I counted 27 blows to an unconscious man. And they all are connecting. This is not like fake. It's not like he's pulling any of his punches. They are all hitting squarely on this man's skull, bouncing his head off of the mat. And I said most of them were when he was unconscious. All of them are while he's unconscious. When I watched it back, it's clear that when he slammed him on the mat, his head hit the mat and it knocked him out immediately. So all 27, potentially more, punches that he threw were on an unconscious man. That can be fatal. That is most oftentimes fatal. And he wasn't done either. It's not like he just stopped and said, okay, well, that's plenty. I've had my fill. He was still going. The only reason there weren't more punches thrown by him is because the other wrestlers were able to separate him. But he was fighting against them to go back and keep beating this unconscious man. He probably wouldn't have stopped punching him until his head popped like a balloon. It's extremely scary, and even if he does pull through, this could have life-changing repercussions with brain damage and so many other complications for the rest of his life, if he even survives, which we don't know yet. He apparently flatlined in the ring and is currently still in the ICU, and we don't have any updates. This is terrifying stuff. Hello, it's Charles, first thing in the morning here, and we don't have a ton of official updates on the condition of that wrestler, but the father of Raja Jackson, Rampage Jackson, gave an update where he is saying that Psycho Stu, that's the name of the wrestler, is alive and is stable. And he also says that he's clearing up misinformation about his son. But then in his statement, he doesn't clear up any misinformation. He just confirms what everyone already knows, that this was completely out of control, inexcusable behavior that Rampage Jackson also doesn't condone. So I don't know what misinformation he thinks he's clearing up with this. He's just agreeing with what everyone else is saying, that his son went fucking berserk. I guess maybe the misinformation demon that he was exercising here was about his son actually getting like the permission for payback on Psycho Stu for an earlier confrontation. And what he's referring to there is they had like a little beef before the event started, and someone had told Raja Jackson that he could like double leg take down Psycho Stu in the ring and then throw like a fake punch, and that would be it to like settle the beef and create like this storyline. But Raja Jackson on stream, on camera, says that he is going to hurt Psycho Stu. He said he will not stop punching him until people will yank him off of him. So he took that like pseudo invite, like green light to be involved in the wrestling event as a permission slip to go brutally assault this man and beat him within an inch of his life. Like, I think you could also make a case that this is attempted murder. This was premeditated assault that he planned on not stopping at any point until third parties intervened. Like, I really think you could make like a real argument that he had went in there with the full intentions of killing Psycho Stu. That's what it looks like to me.
Tell you guys this, they told me to hit him and just leave. Somebody who pull me off of him will leave. I'm telling you, I'm gonna hit him as many times as I can. Watch.
That's indefensible. You can see him literally planning it off the back of them giving him like the instructions for a work where he'd come in and he'd deliver like a hit, like a fake hit, and then he'd be pulled off and that'd be the end of it. And he is saying, but watch this, I'm going to keep punching him. Like, he is blatantly stating this. It is very clearly a premeditated assault. And like I said, I really think his goal was to kill Psycho Stu there. It really seems like that was his mission. And you can't chalk this up to confusion where he was directed to do something but then just went a little far, like, mistakenly. He is, with his own voice, his own vocal folds flapping with their own volition here. He is stating, they told me to do this, but instead, I'm going to do this. I'm going to punch him as many times as I possibly can. He is stating clearly that they told him one thing, and he is not doing that. Instead, he is going to punch the shit out of him, beat him within an inch of his life. You can't possibly say that he just got confused with the stage directions here of the storyline. He is saying that he is going to go punch him as many times as possible and disregard what they said he is permitted to do, like what they planned on. It is premeditated assault by every possible definition. Now, what started all of this, and I've seen people joking about it like, oh, haha, Raja Jackson must not know that wrestling is fake, and he thought the heel was being mean to his favorite babyface, so he took matters into his own hands, tee-hee-hee. But what actually happened is Raja Jackson was touring the event and meeting the wrestlers backstage, and of course the wrestlers are all playing characters, and when it comes to wrestling, there's a little something called kayfabe. And so they are going to portray their character to the best of their ability and keep everything as authentic and genuine as possible. And Psycho Stu was in character and misunderstood that Raja Jackson was not a worker in the event.
Worry about him. You need to be worried about Psycho Stu.
Psycho Stu?
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little...
Oh, you don't sell it? Easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it? Dude, he's not a fucking worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, I will fuck him
we're
up,
good.
bro.
I know you will. We're good.
And he takes it way too far when he takes a beer can. I don't know if it's like a real beer can or like one of those breakaway like stunt ones, but he takes it and he crushes it on Raja Jackson's head. Then you can see him get really fired up about it, and all the other wrestlers are also saying to Psycho Stu, like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? He's not like a worker here or anything. That was too far. And that's what started this. And then Raja Jackson waited until their match. Then he stormed in and then beat him potentially to death for it. Now, I think if Raja Jackson had swung on Psycho Stu after the beer can thing, you could definitely make a strong case that he was acting in self-defense. Because that is unexpected, it was unprovoked, and it was kind of a crazy thing for Psycho Stu to do, not knowing for sure if Raja Jackson was a worker in the event or not. It was a bad judgment call for sure from Stu. And he was just like way too fucking committed to being the heel. Like he was really deep into his method acting like fucking Shia LaBeouf style, and he did the beer can thing, and it was definitely over the line. But here's something a lot of people aren't showing enough of, that Psycho Stu was very apologetic when he learned that Raja Jackson was not a worker at the event. He apologized 3 times. They shook hands multiple times, and Raja said, like, hey, it's good, I get it. Multiple times. Meanwhile, he was just, like, bubbling with anger, waiting for his chance to fucking assault this man.
Fucking seal that.
Yeah. Hey, yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. Hey, it's gonna all work out.
Yeah. Hello. I appreciate it.
I didn't know. I thought you were camera.
I get it.
We're working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, Juice. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're always working.
What a fucking worm. This is some slimy behavior here. This is some turbo ass. Raja Jackson is now pretending that he understands and forgives Psycho Stu, who is very apologetic, mind you, and he's explaining, like, look, I saw the cameras, I thought that this was like another work, that we were building a storyline, this and that, and Raja Jackson's like, no, I get it, and he's like shaking his hand and everything. Meanwhile, he is actively planning of assaulting this man, beating him unconscious and fucking leaving him eating meals through a straw, as he is, like, pretending to let bygones be bygones here and that they're on good terms. That's fucking unhinged. Now, before showing you some more of the aftermath here, let me introduce you to Psycho Stu. I think you should get a little bit of the lore behind this wrestler that Raja Jackson beat so severely, hospitalizing in the ICU, and apparently caused to flatline in the ring.
Pro in 2009. I had just got out of the military, probably about 6 months earlier. I got out of the military, I joined Knox Pro, because I needed something to focus on. I needed something to help me adjust back into civilian life. A lot of veterans, it's hard for them to readjust into civilian life coming from the life of the military. I'm an American soldier that suffers from PTSD. Being in front of a crowd, it doesn't give me as much anxiety and aggression as I thought it would.
Yeah. Psycho Stu is a veteran who was suffering from PTSD and found wrestling as a means of escapism and fell in love with the sport. And now is currently hospitalized in the ICU, but apparently is stable, so hopefully Rampage Jackson is accurate with that claim that he is alive and stable. That would be wonderful news. But what an unbelievable set of circumstances that led to his hospitalization here. Yes, he made a mistake with Rampage Jackson's son here, not knowing whether or not he was a worker and still building the storyline anyway under the impression he was. But it's not a mistake that should have led to something like this, especially when he did everything in his power to try and rectify it and try and apologize for his mistake and explain why it happened and ensure that it was totally unintentional and there wasn't meant to be any bad blood or anything. And he thought that he did accomplish that, but clearly Raja Jackson didn't actually think so. He was just acting. Raja Jackson was flexing his thespian skills here when he was pretending that everything was okay between those two, because what he was actually doing was plotting a premeditated assault on Psycho Stu. Again, that potential argument of self-defense, that has poofed away like Timmy Turner's fairy godparents. That ship sailed a long time ago because he didn't act in response to the threat. Like, after the beer can was crushed on his head, which, again, he wasn't expecting, and that can be dangerous, but he didn't, like, act in the heat of the moment to defend himself from that or anything. Instead, he let it marinate, let his rage bubble up, and then waited for his opportunity to get revenge later. There is no longer a possible case of self-defense here. Like, yes, he was wronged, but he didn't, like, try and defend himself from that threat or anything. He pretended to, like, move on from it with the guy who did it, and then waited to attack him later. And I think you can make a very strong case that it was attempted murder. At the very least, it is a premeditated assault, and based on the things he was saying leading up to it, and based on the behavior in the ring when he was delivering 27-ish blows to an unconscious man's skull, I really think there is a strong argument to be made that he was in there doing that solely to try and kill him. All of this on stream, mind you, and you can even see him respond to the news that the guy that he just unloaded 27 punches on in the ring while he was unconscious is potentially flatlined.
Hello?
Hey, where the hell are you at? I told you to double leg that motherfucker and start welding.
shit pissed me off though, Andre.
I understand that, but now they can't wake the nigga up. He's fucking in the ring, fucking flatline, bro.
My bad.
You didn't have to do all that shit. I understand y'all had heat. You didn't have to fucking take advantage.
I'll call you back later.
This guy does not seem to care at all. This is a fucking monster right here. In response to hearing that the guy flatlined, he just says, my bad. That's crazy. Kratos had more empathy for the people that he killed in very similar fashion, by the way, with like the unbelievable amount of blows to the head. But at least in Kratos' case, the people he was fighting, they were at least conscious. All of these were delivered to an unconscious man. A man who never even saw this coming, by the way, because he storms into the ring, grabs him, and then slams him. So it wasn't even a fight, but he walks away feeling so fucking tough and accomplished about it with no remorse at all for potentially killing this man.
Tired of motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Real shit. One of them a bitch and fucking bit me. I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Think I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'm gonna stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
He's walking away from this with his chin held high, extremely proud of what's unfolded here. It seems like this might be the happiest moment of his life. The way that he is perceiving this is him standing up for himself. He is not able to have a grasp on the severity of what just happened here. He thinks that because the disrespect that he encountered earlier in the day, he was entirely justified to potentially murder this man. And by the way, the wrestlers that were calling him a bitch, well, I imagine they were saying that because he basically sucker punched this guy potentially to death. The guy never even had a chance to fight back because he came into the ring when his back was turned, slammed him down, immediately knocking him unconscious. It wasn't even a fight, it was a surprise attack. So I imagine that's what he's referencing when it comes to the wrestlers like insulting him and the one that bit him, with everyone that was like getting on top of Raja to get him away from Psycho Stu on the ground because he was still going back to try and make sure he was dead, it seems. Now, in the rest of the clip here, one of the wrestlers from the event starts walking towards them, talking to them, trying to get them to stay, probably until police get there would be my guess. But he is talking to them and he is shit-talking, trying to goad him into staying. And he's like talking about like, I'll fight you right now. And then it's a back and forth. But Raja Jackson reiterates that he wants to fight more of them there. He wants to continue to beat people within an inch of their life there. It's scary. I cannot imagine a world where he does not go to jail for this. I really can't. Rampage Jackson has tons and tons of money, sure, but I don't know if he's going to be able to outspend the attempted murder charges that his son just racked up here. Now, of course, I'm not a lawyer and I don't have like a magic crystal ball that I can ponder the orb of to see the future, but my guess would be that there will be attempted murder charges for this incident. Because, I mean, I really think it's like... It feels like that's what the goal here was when Raja Jackson was delivering these blows. I mean, I think at bare minimum, you're getting some serious assault charges. Like, no matter what, I think he should be thrown in the slammer for this. This behavior is completely unacceptable. He knew exactly what he was doing. He even on stream states what he's about to do. And he clearly doesn't stop until he is pulled off and then still wants to keep going. All of these blows delivered to an unconscious man. How could you possibly say this is anything other than him trying to kill him? It's fucking sickening. Now, like I said at the start of the video, I've recorded all of this pretty much immediately after it happened, so we still don't know how Psycho Stu is doing, if he's going to pull through from all of this or not. But by the time I post this video, I imagine we'll have some kind of update, so I'll go ahead and put that at the beginning of the video. But as of right now, fingers crossed that he pulls through. Like, yeah, he definitely did make a big mistake with the beer can thing, but I don't think it's something that should have cost him his life here in this manner. This shit is unhinged. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Yeah, this is just downright evil. A French streamer named Jean Parmenov, real name Raphael Gravin, has passed away in his sleep on stream after this marathon stream that he was a part of, where his friends, and I wouldn't call them friends, they are like actual demons, basically just abused him, beat him, fundamentally tortured him, made him consume dangerous things, and then he went to sleep and died in his sleep. He was 46 years old, and the exact cause of death is currently being investigated. Jean Parmenov was mainly a gamer, and then over time grew a big following and started doing like more IRL streams, and from what I can gather, more like extreme challenges. But what happened during this marathon stream where he ultimately passed away was something that he was not a full willing participant of, as evidenced by what he would say during streams, as well as a text message he sent to his mother just days before his death. He allegedly sent this to his mom shortly before he passed. "Hey mom, how are you? I'm sick of this game. It's gone way too far. I feel like I'm being held hostage by their awful concept. I'm exhausted. I want to leave, but the other guy won't let me. He's holding me hostage." The other streamers involved here are trying to claim they had nothing to do with it, and then even posted some very heartfelt messages about his passing and how much he meant to them. But if you watch any of the footage, and I don't know what I can and can't show you here because it is actually torturing this guy, and then he eventually dies. Like, if you just watch that, it's very clear this isn't a man they respected. This is someone they treated like a human punching bag.
On t'écoute. Ouais, J'ai jamais bougé. Je relâche. Allez, arrête, tu vas mourir. Arrête, Sarfine, arrête. Oui, oui. Arrête, le bras, putain. Sarfine, arrête, tu vas mourir. Arrête, tu vas mourir.
I've seen a few news sources showing these clips, so I'm assuming that these are okay to show. Not that any of it is okay, it only gets worse from here. But as far as what they did to this man and the abuse that he endured, this is like the lowest level of it. Not that there's a such thing as diet torture, there's no such thing as like a tasteful amount of torture, but as far as like clips I can show you of just how awful it was, this is, I think, the limit of what I'm allowed to show. It is shocking that it went on for so long. Like, this was not just like a one-time thing, this was a recurrent gag on their streams where they bring Jean in and then they all just turn into like the toddlers from Weapons and start like ripping at him, beating him, insulting him. Like they really treat him like their prisoner, like a dog's chew toy or something. It is foul. And they have the audacity to claim that they did nothing and that they are blameless in this death. Like, oh, it was just such an unexpected tragedy that he passed away. No one could have seen it coming. I think any sensible person will look at all of the evidence that they themselves filmed on stream and be able to say with high level of confidence that they definitely had a hand in his untimely death. Two of the streamers directly involved in this have made statements where they're trying to put on this facade of grief, but I don't buy it at all. The first comes from Naruto, which is a wild name for a piece of shit like this to have. It's been a while since I've seen the show, but I don't recall Naruto ever being a huge advocate for torturing innocent people. Anyway, his statement says, "I've always dreaded writing these words. Sadly, last night, JP, Raphael Gravin, left us. My brother, my sidekick, my partner, 6 years, side by side, never letting go. I love you, my brother. We will miss you terribly. Please respect his memory and don't share the video of his final moments. For his family and for us, his second family, rest in peace." A bunch of words there, and I don't believe any of them. All of these words are once again more meaningless than mahujanize, and that's a word that I completely made up. This is hollow when you look at how they treated this guy for so long. It wasn't just the physical abuse that Jean Parmenov, Raphael Gravin, endured. It was the mental abuse. They would all, like, from what I can tell, they were even doing their best to, like, keep him from sleeping. They were, like, strangling him as well, which, of course, is physical, too. But, like, there was significantly more than just the physical stuff they were doing to him to mistreat him and abuse him and dehumanize him. It was terrible. It was truly terrible. Like, obviously, I'm not going to show any more from the stream, but do you want to know how they went to check if he was still alive? Well, when they thought something might be a bit awry, they threw a bottle at him. They just threw a bottle at his body, and then they went over and started slapping him to try and see if he'd wake up. but he was still unresponsive. So that's when it dawned on them that he had died in his sleep, on stream, right next to all of them. There is nothing that I have seen here that leads me to believe they genuinely cared about this guy. I think it's very clear Raphael Gravin very much cared about them and wanted to be their friend, and to me it seems like they exploited that. They manipulated him into being the butt of the joke for these humiliation streams. That's what these were. They were humiliation streams that they roped Raphael Gravin into agreeing to, and it seems like they were just dangling this carrot of friendship in front of him. And like all of the attention that it was gathering, it seems like they were holding over his head like, oh man, we need you here, JP. We need to, you know, mistreat you on stream, but just know we love you. This is all part of, you know, the joke here for the audience. You know, we're all in on it. We're not laughing at you. We're laughing with you. That's what it seems like to me from everything I have seen here.
Have you seen one? Ah, shit. Oh, it just turned off. Hey, I'm the Honest Guide, and I'm going to show you where we do not have water fountains in Prague, and I'll also show you places where we have two of them side by side. Believe it or not, this is my fault. I'm afraid to turn it on because I'll splash all the tourists. Exactly, only half a bottle per tourist, okay? Well, it is a hot summer day here in Prague, and my water bottle's empty. So let's find a place to fill it up. A water fountain. Hey, this is a major tourist city. There's gotta be tons of them. I'm the Honest Guide and a local from Prague, so I actually know the answer to the question if there is a water fountain at the square. There is not. There's only this weird sprinkler that for some reason turned off when I was touching it. It's gonna take some time to fill it up. I'll let you know. Oh, it just turned off. But you cannot find a place on the major square to fill up your water bottle or to use a water fountain. I mean, I know a place that's kind of hidden. We'll continue there. There is a water fountain here, Hansa. Find it. Hansa found it. But how to turn it on? Ah, he's got it. Now fill up your water bottle. This water fountain is actually quite nice, and if you find it, and if you figure out how to run it, which Hansa did, he's a smart boy, and I like the system. I mean, you push a button on the ground with your foot, but then you realize, well, I am filling up my water bottle here. I may take a sip, but it is exactly that kind of water fountain where, like, your lips will be too close to some hard surface that maybe somebody else's lips touched. Really? This is the best we got to drink water out of in the city center? Come on. We can do better. This would almost look like we want tourists to buy overpriced water in the touristy mini markets. Maybe. We're still at the same location, literally steps away, and there is this beautiful water pump. I mean, beautiful. It's not working, and it hasn't been working for ages, and we have tons of these beautiful water pumps around the city. I honestly don't know what the reason for them not running is. It's just disconnected, and I don't think anybody's planning to reconnect it, and it's not just the case here. There's many of them. I mean, if we walk to the other square, you'll find another one, and quite often you'll see tourists trying to pump water, but they get nothing. But if we move out of the touristy area into a, I would say, dodgier part of town, the water pump is working fine.
No splashing.
No splashing, sorry about that. Sorry about that, ladies. Also no drinking.
No.
And only thanks to Wikipedia, I just found out that this is actually a very nice fountain from 1988, and it was supposed to serve as a water drinking fountain. But the pressure is so low that it does not serve as that, which is obvious. An absolute jewel this is. My favorite fountain on the small square here in Prague. I love it. Unfortunately, it's not working. You can pump as hard as you want and you will not get a single drip of water. Therefore, not functional, only a beautiful art piece that serves to many tourists for their love locks. I wish it would serve as a drinking fountain, but the city said no, and they actually placed 2 signs saying, "Do not drink." Well, you don't have to put up the sign when there's no water running from the well or from the fountain. It's obvious. Dude, there's 5 crowns. I do occasionally guide kids or schools around the city, and whenever we get to the place, the kids run up to the well and they start pumping to get some water, and they get nothing. They're disappointed, so I usually tell them, well, guess what? The mayor and the city hall is just there, so how about you scream, we want water? And we usually have a lot of fun, but we never get water. I'm afraid to turn it on because I'll splash all the tourists. Nah, hello, it's the malo. Eventually, after a lot of struggle, we found a water fountain that works. Will fill up your bottle quite quickly. I hope it's drinking water. Yes, it is. But to direct you here, I have no clue how I do that. But there will be a map below the video, which will pinpoint the locations that are worth going to get some water. We also have a map with good ice cream places, so you don't have to waste your money on something that they claim to be ice cream but is not. I doubt it. You would never eat that. The other location was shut down by the hygiene services. You're fine. Now this is going to take some time, so I have time to talk about our long-term partner, sponsor of our videos, which is Surfshark VPN, which is not going to make my water bottle fill up faster, but it can. Honest Guide, our name, and I'm can use the code Honest Guide on checkout. So thank you Surfshark for sponsoring us, and I'm gonna show you a better place to fill up your water bottle now, because you already know what a good VPN is. This is the City Hall of Prague 5, the district we're currently in, and they do have water fountains. Unfortunately, they were not working for a very, very long time. And since I come in front of this beautiful church quite often, I was upset and I kept reporting it on their Instagram. There was always the mayor showing something. Look, we opened this. I'm like, can you fix the water fountain? Oh, look, we also opened this. I'm like, can you fix the water fountain? Eventually, this city part fixed the water fountain. And since I come here almost daily, I was like, yes, finally, we can use the water fountain. They invested $1.50. They went to Home Depot, bought the cheapest. I mean, this is nice. We're in a beautiful park next to one of the most beautiful Baroque places there is in Prague, next to this amazing church. And just let's do things properly, please, especially when they're in front of the place where you work, so you should show off with good things, no? This is not the only water fountain they have around here. Danger! The water in the fountain is not drinkable. It only circulates here, and there's chemicals in it. Well, I can tell it's not drinkable. There's leaves in it, and it does not circulate. Funguje to. To je prostě úplně, to je radost. Erik, to je hezký, koukej, vidíš to? Now, since I love this part of Prague, I do not want to only criticize it, but I will give it some props for the fact that they actually fixed this water fountain with a beautiful valve that I absolutely love, that you can open, get your water, close. If somebody leaves it open, I'm sure somebody who will walk by will simply close it. If we actually look at reviews of this spot, this water fountain has been broken for years. So it's not only me pointing out this issue, people were complaining about it, because if you see a water fountain, it is pinned in the map. You Google search it, you come to it, you're thirsty, and there's no valve, there's no faucet. It simply upsets you. Now, I hope and I believe that this beautiful brass valve is the new standard for this part of Prague, because there's another water fountain that we frequently run by with Honza, and recently the city posted this text on it. Now, the water fountain that didn't work and the city labeled it, I want to read the label because it's bizarre. It says, water fountain out of order due to vandalism or theft. This water fountain is temporarily unavailable due to the recklessness of individuals. Decent people cannot use the service that was here for the public. The repair will be solved by Prague possibilities of the municipal district. In other words, will the district have possibility to fix a water fountain? Thank you for your understanding. This is absolutely bizarre. I don't care who broke it. I don't care who was using it. I want the city to be able to
details, okay?
Well, I just want to double check with the bank. You know, maybe they have a way to do a reversal. Right? Maybe they can.
Sir, bank is
Maybe they
not,
can flip it
sir,
and reverse
we
it
will
if you understand
definitely-
what I'm saying.
They cannot, sir, they cannot do that in the company's account.
And how
We
do
have
you
sent
know
you the
that, Carrie? Just
$30,000.
out of curiosity, how do you know that's not possible? What? I don't see any mastery on your account. We're both in bronze, right? It seems completely useless to flame each other and say that someone's garbage, right? We're both in the same boat. Why don't we call the bank?
All right, so do you trust me?
Why don't we call up the
Thomas,
bank
do you
and see what
trust
they
me?
have to say?
Sir, we will definitely call the bank for the wire without details, okay?
Well, I just want to double check with the bank. You know, maybe they have a way to do a reversal. Right? Maybe they can.
Sir, bank is
Maybe they
not,
can flip it
sir,
and
we
reverse it
will
if you understand
definitely-
what I'm saying.
They cannot, sir, they cannot do that in the company's account.
And how
we
do
have
you
sent
know
you the
that, Carrie? Just
$30,000.
out of curiosity, how do you know that's not possible? What? I don't see any mastery on your account. We're both in bronze, right? It seems completely useless to flame each other and say that someone's garbage, right? We're both in the same boat. Why don't we call the bank?
All right, so do you trust me?
Why don't we call up the
Thomas, do
bank
you
and see what
trust
they
me?
have to say?
Sir, we will definitely call the bank for the wire without details, okay?
Well, I just want to double check with the bank. You know, maybe they have a way to do a reversal.
fix a water fountain.
Hello, info person, and let's talk about Uranus. Uranus, the beautiful, distant, enigmatic world that we don't actually get to discuss that much on the channel, mostly because the discoveries from this world are usually extremely rare. And for many decades, this ice giant presented scientists with a series of perplexing mysteries, from its somewhat bizarre magnetic field to its surprisingly low internal heat, and now a completely new moon. And so all of these new discoveries, fueled by powerful new telescopes and quite a few sophisticated computer simulations, are finally answering some of the mysteries about this beautiful planet, revealing a beautiful complex world that continues to challenge our understanding of planetary formation. And so let's delve into these new discoveries and talk about what all of this means. And of course, our journey has to begin with this new exciting announcement: the discovery of a new moon orbiting Uranus. And this isn't just another data point, it's an important reminder that the James Webb Space Telescope finally allows us to see the world we could never imagine before. Because this was discovered with the James Webb with some of the first images on the February 2nd, 2025. And so here a team led by the Southwest Research Institute identified a previously unknown satellite that was barely visible in some of these images, officially bringing the total number of moons around this object to 29. And as you might have learned from the previous video in the description, we actually did have an exciting discovery in 2024, where a new moon of Uranus, known as S2023 U1, was discovered by Scott Shepard and his team by using a ground telescope in Hawaii. And so now, just a year after, we have the 29th moon. This is now referred to as S2025 U1. And this moon is remarkably small, approximately 6 miles or 10 kilometers across. And it's of course the size and the faintness that prevented its previous detections by missions like the Voyager 2. And as you can see from this image, it seems to orbit extremely close to Uranus. Here the distance is about 35,000 miles or 56,000 kilometers from the center of the planet. And it seems to orbit in the equatorial plane, nestled between the orbits of two other inner moons, Ophelia and Bianca. And because this moon seems to have an almost perfectly circular orbit, it suggests that it's very likely extremely old and very likely formed in this exact location billions of years ago. And so now this new moon is the 14th member of the intricate system of small inner moons, which orbit much closer to the planet than its 5 largest satellites, known as Miranda, Ariel, Umbriel, Titania, and Oberon. But here the significance goes beyond just a simple count. It actually highlights a somewhat complex relationship between the inner moons and the ring system around Uranus, with the observed dynamics suggesting a very turbulent history that, as the scientists put it, blurs the boundary between a ring system and a system of moons. And because this new moon is much smaller and much fainter, it implies that even more undiscovered complexities potentially hide in this system. But at least for now, that's basically all we know about the moon and about this particular discovery. But there have been some other exciting discoveries from Uranus, including the puzzle from back in 1986. And this was from the Voyager 2 visit, where the initial observations suggested that Uranus was not emitting any significant excess internal heat. And this by itself was a somewhat puzzling discovery, because it essentially contradicted fundamental scientific understanding of how we believe giant planets form and how they evolve. All other giant planets in our solar system, such as Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune, seem to show clear evidence of internal heat, with all 3 objects actually radiating more heat from inside the planet than receiving from the sun itself. But Uranus seemed to be just a little bit different, because it was receiving more heat from the sun and was not emitting as much from inside. And in some of the previous studies and some of the previous videos from years back,
now
this
my
has been
understanding of this
potentially
situation
explained as maybe the
is
result
that
of some kind of a massive...
half of this was scripted, half of this was not scripted, okay? So basically, here's what led up to the actions. So Rajah Jackson almost gets into a fight after a wrestler smashes a drink on his head, which I'm assuming also is probably part of the joke. So let's get this.
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little. Oh, you don't sell it? Easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it? Dude, he's not a fucking worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
It's fake.
Nah, I will fuck him
We're
up,
good.
bro.
I know you will. We're good.
I will fuck him up, bro. I don't play that shit.
Sorry about that, bro.
Nah, I will fuck him up, bro.
I know you will. So I got you.
I do not play that shit at all.
So he getting mad.
I got you. You're good. Apologize for that, man.
Yeah, so that's what it was, right? It's sickening. Yeah, and so this is obviously, and so this is what happened. And you can see, by the way, if I watch this, I want to see if I can show the guy's face. But I don't know if they show it right here. But, like, you can see that the guy, like, you saw, like, one of the clips, the expression on his face is that he was in on it. It was pretty obvious, like, and they even said, everybody has been in agreement that this slam, he was in on it. Here we go. He was smiling? Yeah, this is all part of the game. But this is what happened.
Hey, you gotta stop this shit, man. Hey. Stop this shit, man.
Crazy. Sorry about this. I don't know what the I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna turn it off. So, anyway, so that's basically what it was, right? So, and he just goes and we're not gonna watch it twice. I don't want to watch it twice. I didn't even want to watch it once, but I figured I had to just to show y'all what happened. And so anyway, that's what it was, right? And so this guy just went absolutely fucking crazy, beating the fuck out of this dude. And you've got to keep in mind, again, Rajah Jackson was not meant to slam or punch a man 22 times, was not part of script, may have cost the man his life. So the guy apparently is not, what do you call it? The guy apparently is not dead as far as we know. That's it. And let's see if I can find a few more of these. Rampage Jackson, Sun Crossed the Line. So this is the guy who he, well, anyway, and then Rampage Jackson, who this is his son is the one that did this. information about my son Raja. It's been confirmed that wrestler Stuart Smith, and we're going to look at who that is awake and stable. Raja was unexpectedly hit in the side of the head moments before Smith's match. Raja told him that he would get his payback in the ring. I thought it was part of the show, which, by the way, I mean, I don't really have, like, I mean, it's professional wrestling, right? So, like, this is all, in my opinion, like, there's nothing wrong with him saying that, right? Like, because you just assume that they were, no, like, I mean, again, that's fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. Because, like, think about the crazy shit that people do in WWE, WWF, right? And so, like, because, like, again, he's looking at it from an outside perspective, assuming, right? He could be wrong. But anyway, that's it. And it was bad judgment and a work that went wrong. Raja is an MMA fighter, not a pro wrestler, and had no business involved in fights like this. I don't condone my son's actions at all. He suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and has no business doing anything close to physical contact. As a father, I'm deeply concerned with his health and the well-being of Mr. Smith. That being said, I'm very upset any of this happened. Main concern now is Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. And so apologize on his behalf to the Kick and for the situation, which I think that's pretty fair. I mean, this is a mega fuck up, right? So this is what's really sad. This is the guy that he did it to. This is the guy. The most important thing of what we do to our fans, saying, yeah, this is the dude, right? Literal, like, and I'll even pull up a video. Like, this dude is 100% in the wrong. Like, in my opinion, should this be jail time? That's not the question, in my opinion. The question is, how much jail time should this be? Like, that's the way I'm thinking about it, right? And so this is the guy that it happened to. It's not even a question. Yeah, 10 years? Yeah, something like that, right?
Pro in 2009. I had just got out of the military, probably about 6 months earlier. I got out of the military, I joined Knox Pro, you know, because I needed something to focus on. I needed something to help me adjust back into civilian life. You know, a lot of veterans, it's hard for them to readjust into civilian life coming from...
And you can see very clearly, like, they are, you know, this is... That's normal, right? That's what wrestlers do.
Military.
Saturn 139%, and Neptune a staggering 162%, here something was definitely a little bit different about Uranus. Especially because Neptune is farther away from the Sun, so you would actually expect it to emit less. And so this suggests that something unique seems to be happening inside Uranus, and it perhaps contains a different internal structure or a distinct evolutionary history compared to other giant planets. With studies also revealing that Uranus's energy seemed to fluctuate with the change in seasons, or basically every 20 years, with these seasonal variations very likely influenced by the planet's unique off-center orbit and its highly tilted axis, but more importantly confirming that the initial observations from Voyager 2 were potentially anomalous, because here the flyby occurred during a period when we had much higher solar activity, which was potentially causing Uranus to behave in a slightly unusual way. But during this time Voyager observed something else that was very difficult to explain for many decades: the magnetic field. Both Neptune and Uranus seem to have a very unusual magnetic field that's very different from other planets, and it seems to be disorganized and somewhat jumbled. And that's very likely because the magnetic field here is generated differently from other planets. Here, the magnetosphere seems to be formed inside the mantle, which is mostly made out of extremely compressed ices, so basically water, ammonia, and methane. And so here, in one of the recent studies, Burkhard Militzer and a team from University of California, Berkeley, tries to explain this unusual magnetic field by once again using advanced computer simulations. And one of the main conclusions here is that under extreme conditions deep inside these planets, a lot of substances like water, methane, and ammonia, instead of mixing, seem to separate into very distinct layers. This phenomenon is usually referred to as immiscibility. But because of these ridiculous pressures, hydrogen atoms start to be squeezed out of the molecules, mostly out of methane and ammonia, which then leads to a formation of carbon-nitrogen-hydrogen fluid. And it's this somewhat bizarre fluid that then settles below the lighter water-rich layer that basically forms something similar to oil and water, with a hydrogen-rich layer going on top and a heavier material going on the bottom. And this water-rich layer, situated beneath the atmosphere, then starts to create a lot of convection, generating bizarre, irregular magnetic fields. In contrast, the deeper hydrocarbon-rich layer seems to remain stable and resists mixing, and so it doesn't actually produce any magnetism. And while all of this was achieved by conducting computer simulations, creating these hypothetical pressures equivalent to 3.4 million Earth's atmospheres, but also very hot temperatures, with the model suggesting that there is a 3,000-mile thick atmosphere, but also a 5,000-mile thick layer of water-rich fluid, followed by a very thick hydrocarbon-rich layer that extends down to the core, with this model essentially providing an explanation for quite a lot of mysteries of this bizarre planet. Right now, this unusual layering seems to make the most sense. But this can also potentially explain another bizarre mystery that was recently discovered through observations with the Hubble Space Telescope. And here this is not about the planet, but about its largest moons: Ariel, Umbriel, Titania, and Oberon. Now, all four moons in this case are tidally locked. Basically, they're always facing the same way toward Uranus. Or in more scientific terms, they contain a leading side and a trailing side. And previously, some of the predictions suggested that the trailing side, or I guess the dark side, should technically appear darker. This was based on the assumption that a lot of charged particles, such as for example electrons, trapped inside the Uranus magnetosphere, should impact the surface and make the surface darker over time. But some of the recent observations from the Hubble Space Telescope, and especially using the ultraviolet observations, seem to have revealed something different. There was no evidence for darkening on any of the moons. And even more surprisingly, there was actually darkening on the leading sides of Titania and Oberon. Or basically, these two moons were darker on the closer side toward the planet, which was completely unexpected. And at first this was kind of difficult to explain, but researchers thought that maybe this was because of the unusual shape of the entire magnetic field. But then they realized that there might be something else happening, and this new hypothesis is now referred to as dust shielding. Here they hypothesized that the dust originating from some of the other moons seems to coat the surfaces of some of these moons with the darker particles, very likely because of various micrometeorite strikes that eject a lot of small bits into the orbit of Uranus. And over very long timescales, these tiny bits gradually move outwards and eventually settle on some of these moons, naturally on the side closest to Uranus. And so this accumulation eventually causes the surface to become slightly darker and even slightly redder. But this also potentially serves as a kind of a shield for Arial and Umbriel, which is why they don't seem to show the same brightness difference. And this is not just a hypothesis, because something very similar has already been observed around Jupiter and Saturn. Here, several moons seem to exchange material all the time and coat each other with a lot of different particles. But when it comes to Uranus itself, because there's a definite discrepancy between what was assumed and what was discovered, this once again implies that the magnetosphere of Uranus seems to act in ways we don't expect it to act, and may actually be much less active or just way more complex when it comes to long-term interactions. And so here once again we get these new mysteries that will hopefully help us understand how the solar system evolved and why so many planets here seem to be so different. But this is also of course important for exoplanetary studies as well, mostly because ice giants like Neptune and Uranus seem to have been discovered in quite a lot of star systems out there, with so many Neptune and sub-Neptune exoplanets confirmed in just the last decade. And so by unraveling the secrets of Uranus and Neptune and understanding how these planets work, we acquire important insights in helping us predict and analyze internal structures of exoplanets and anticipate what we're going to discover there in years to come. But naturally we're going to learn so much more if we one day have a probe going here. Yeah, there's a probing Uranus joke somewhere out here. Except that it's not really a joke and has been a proposed NASA mission that's still being worked on and still being assessed, but may happen in the next decade. And so there's quite a lot to look forward to in the next few years, especially as more and more discoveries are made around this planet and as more and more mysteries are solved. And so this planet that was once considered to be a somewhat featureless, mysterious world is slowly revealing its complex nature and its intricate interactions with its satellites while showcasing its beautiful rings. But at least for now, that's all I wanted to mention. Once we get some more discoveries, or yet another moon is discovered in the next few months, we'll come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos. Until then, check out some of the previous videos in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access and a few more things. Alternatively, you can also buy the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye. Today we're going to discuss yet another unusual supernova discovery that at the moment is somewhat difficult to explain and potentially presents astronomers with a completely new type of a supernova we've never seen before. An extraordinary astronomical event reported in this study, currently referred to as SN 2023 ZKD, that after months of investigations presented astronomers with a lot of unexpected discoveries, very likely suggesting a brand new type of an explosion triggered by a dramatic interaction between a very massive star and a black hole. And though originally detected in 2023, it essentially took 2 years to confirm that this was indeed a very bizarre event. And so let's talk about this in a bit more detail, but I guess first let's start with the concept of supernova, just so that this particular study makes a little bit more sense. And that's because the explosion of stars, or supernova, in reality is caused by a lot of completely different events. And though we usually see hundreds of them every single year, and they normally follow a somewhat predictable and somewhat common pattern, usually involving a sudden burst of light, followed by a gradual dimming over weeks or sometimes months, the explosion itself can be caused by a variety of distinct phenomena, with each type of supernova showing slightly different properties and even lasting for a different period of time. But in this case, SN 2023 ZKD, that happened approximately 740 million light years away from us, defied quite a lot of expectations and quite a lot of predictions, once again revealing a completely new mystery of the universe. And so initially this was found in July of 2023. As it is the case with most modern supernova, this was discovered by the automated facility from the Caltech known as ZTF, Zwicky Transient Facility, a telescope able to automatically detect changes in brightness and report them right away. And initially it appeared to be a fairly typical supernova, exhibiting a single burst of light, but the real story began to unfold once researchers tried to analyze this using a new algorithm, a new statistical tool based on machine learning known as LISE, Light Curve Anomaly Identification and Similarity Search. And here was designed to scan for unusual explosions in real time, especially the ones that seem to stand out from other supernovae. And well, by January of 2024, LISE flagged this supernova as somewhat peculiar, which eventually resulted in a multi-month follow-up and a study that was finally published in August of 2025. And so here, as researchers observed this for several months and tracked the overall decline in brightness, they witnessed something somewhat unexpected. For some reason, the supernova re-brightened again, nearly reaching its initial luminosity 240 days after the first discovery. Basically, the supernova here had a very bizarre double peak. And to try to understand this unusual behavior, researchers analyzed archival data from a lot of previous observations, uncovering something even more extraordinary. This unusual system has actually been brightening for several years, even before the initial explosion. For approximately 4 years, this object was getting brighter and brighter. And this unusual long-term activity before a supernova is super rare, with this precursor being observed in 2 separate phases. During the first phase, that lasted for approximately 1500 days or just over 4 years, this unusual object was emitting relatively persistent and also somewhat powerful but not super powerful emissions in different frequencies. So basically this object was, for some reason, surprisingly bright, somewhat similar to a typical nova in luminosity. But then it suddenly entered the second phase that lasted for about 300 days before the explosion. And during this phase, it showed a persistent brightening and also reddening, with the luminosity increases by several times and the temperature decreasing to about 8000 Kelvin. And this was extremely different from any other supernova precursor observed in the last few decades. And so basically here, this unusual object suddenly became even more powerful, but less hot. And so these 2 distinct phases of pre-explosion suggested that the dying star was under extreme gravitational stress, and the most likely explanation was some kind of a compact companion. So obviously the most likely companion in this case would be some kind of a black hole. And right now this is the most likely interpretation. This unusual behavior is a result of a massive star locked in orbit with a black hole, with its binary system slowly losing energy as the separation between the star and the black hole decreases. And it's really the black hole's intense gravity that then starts to pull gas and dust away from the star and forms an enormous accretion disk that seems to be responsible for these initial emissions in the last 5 years. But crucially, the gravitational stress from the black hole then triggered the star's explosion before the star could be completely swallowed by the black hole, in essence ending their partnership. And right now this is the strongest evidence we have that such unusual interactions can actually detonate a star. Here's roughly how this particular observation compares to some of the previous supernovae in the last decade, with the alternative explanation, though I guess less likely explanation, suggesting that in this case the black hole completely tore the star apart before it could explode on its own. And so here what we're observing is what's known as a TDE, tidal disruption event, the event where the star completely gets shred apart, producing various types of emissions. And so the supernova-like emission in this scenario might have been generated when the debris collided with the gas surrounding it, causing an enormous thermonuclear explosion. But in either case, the ultimate outcome was the formation of some kind of a black hole left behind. And so interestingly here, it's really the larger star that was potentially trying to, at some point, swallow the black hole. But because the black hole is much more dense and contains the event horizon, even at a very small size of approximately 10 to maybe 20 kilometers across, it would be so compact and so dense that it would actually allow this black hole to get much closer to the star or even inside the star, disrupting it from within and causing it to explode. And so in this case, if the star was much more massive than the black hole, theoretically the star could actually pull the black hole inside of it, causing its own explosion. But obviously at the moment, it actually pulled the black hole inside of it, causing its own explosion. But obviously the star could actually pull the black hole inside of it, causing its own explosion. But obviously at the moment, exactly what happened is still a little bit unclear. But then there's also the question of this rebrightening. Mostly because this rebrightening also experienced a somewhat complex photometric evolution that the researchers now believe is linked to the interaction of this supernova ejecta with a lot of material from the star that was very likely released for years before the final supernova. Here this is usually referred to as CSM or circumstellar material. And so the first peak that you can see right here was the result of supernova blast wave colliding with the lower density gas. But the second delayed peak was very likely caused by a much slower but sustained collision with a much thicker disk-like cloud surrounding this object. And here that second peak happened approximately 220 days after the first peak. And based on the changes in luminosity and based on how fast the brightness decreased, it even becomes possible to analyze exactly what seems to be happening around this object. For example, the very rapid dimming observed after the second peak suggests that the supernova ejecta very likely passed through this dense cloud pretty quickly. With the analysis of the property of this cloud, mostly through what's known as shock modeling, indicating a total mass of about 5 to 6 solar masses ejected during two separate mass loss periods, with one of them being about 3 years before the explosion and another one approximately 1.5 years before. And the overall ejection rate was very fast, 4 to 7 solar masses per year, implying that whatever was happening to the star was essentially shredding it apart super quickly, with these very eruptive sudden events as opposed to gradual release of material like we usually observe in stars that do not have a black hole partner and stars that usually emit a lot of mass. In other words, the fact that there were two massive eruptions and so much mass was released in the process once again confirms that there might have been some kind of a black hole involved that caused the star to suddenly lose a lot of mass. And this analysis was so accurate that it even allowed the researchers to calculate the overall velocity of the gas escaping the center. Here we have two different components. The low velocity CSM, moving at about 300 km per second, and actually enriched in hydrogen, also very likely ring-like in shape, and the high velocity CSM, moving up to about 2000 km per second, and very likely enriched in helium and bipolar in shape. And so here we have these two very large asymmetric components, once again implying that this was a binary system, and a binary system with a very powerful, very destructive interaction. And based on all of these observations and all of this analysis, this has not
Morning.
Morning.
Getting ready for work?
Yes.
Work while you're still can, kid. Before you know it, you'll be replaced.
Good afternoon.
Hey neighbor.
Hi, sorry to bother. Someone parked in my spot number 17. Could you please move your car?
This again? Maybe just park somewhere else like an adult.
It's my assigned spot. I pay for it.
Who still cares about parking numbers? We all live here. Just adapt.
Some of us come home late and have kids in the car. It does matter.
Can't we all just share? Spaces are a social construct anyway.
Shut up, Karen.
Excuse me?
It's a simple request. Whoever parked there, just move the car.
I parked there for 5 minutes to drop off groceries. Chill out.
It's been 45 minutes and you're not answering your door.
I was showering. Didn't know I needed to notify the building before taking a piss.
Every week it's something. Last week it was raw chicken in the hallway. Now it's parking.
That chicken thing was Lisa's dog, by the way.
Why is this about me again?
Please stay civil. We are all neighbors here.
Willem, you've said that 19 times this month. Be useful for once. Go clean up trash, please.
Hi sir, I have a package for number 8B.
Seriously again? This is the 5th package from neighbors I received this time. Why can't people just be at home for delivery? Look.
Yeah, anyway, are you going to take it or not?
Fine. What?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bother. I believe you have my package.
Oh, no worries. Here you go.
Thanks, dear.
Are you kidding me? It's Wednesday. I can't sleep like this. Why does this always happen to me? I should go upstairs and ask them to turn the volume down. But what if these people are drunk and aggressive? Damn it, why am I being put in this position? Okay, I have to do this. This music can't continue like that.
Hey man, are you here for the party? Who are you?
I'm your neighbor. Your music is so loud that I can't sleep.
Oh, that sucks.
Could you please turn it down a bit? I have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll do. Sorry.
Turn it down a bit. I have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll do. Sorry.
Thanks. I really must get out of here and move into a decent neighborhood. Only it's impossible to leave with these house prices nowadays, especially when you're single. I guess my first step needs to be getting a relationship. That's impossible. But maybe I should start actually making moves. How about the girl next door? She is single. And she's nice to me when I see her. I should invite her over for dinner or something and see how it goes.
What happened is Pentalist got banned. Pentalist got a 30-day ban for rank manipulation on playing Iron 4 and like super low MMR. Now, there's like a lot of criticism here. He's also saying like after being falsely accused by a right employee on Twitter, he thinks that is like he's being targeted without any justification here. I'm also meant to do the bug with older accounts initially made 7 years ago. I think there's also like not showing any remorse and kind of bragging on doing it. And I as much as I don't like abuse of power, I don't think Drew just goes on Twitter and clicks ban on a person. I don't think he does that. I don't think he even has like power to do that. He probably just relays this to other teams, which then look into your accounts. He's just more like a communication guy on Twitter right now. So I don't believe he just goes in and clicks ban on all his accounts. This has to be rechecked by other departments within the right. So I'm guessing they found something suspicious with his accounts. Because like is it on this post? No. But yeah, it's just like you're not supposed to have that low MMR. It's just not a thing. You're not supposed to have that low MMR. If you didn't have it by an accident, please don't brag about it. Pentalist just patient 0. Drew is Lisan Al-Gaib. He's the judge, jury, and executioner. So yeah, is it this one? People crash out because they're trying to understand serious about enforcing the rules. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff. They're definitely making a statement with this, and they're definitely trying to clean up the community a little bit. Someone says not the 40 account is making. I don't care what people said. Like I'm not like in the right department. Like right department found something on his accounts. I really have no idea. He's been banned on all of the accounts. Your own level has been reduced. Every single player reports will review your gameplay, discover unusual skill changes due to intentional modification of your rank or ranks. Okay, so this is what they're saying. This is the official statement why he got suspended. Okay, so I don't care if a random on Twitter comes in and says like, oh, they banned him because he bought a second account or something. Like, I have no idea. I have no idea. They seem to have found something on his accounts, and so yeah, he got banned for 30 days. Okay, so let's watch the video you guys recommended.
League of Legends content creator sphere might have just imploded, all because of one NA jungler bragging on Twitter. I purposely waited a bit to make this video to get the offender's reaction, so included in this video I've got the situation, his reaction from the community, and response from Riot. Let's get into it. This all began on the 17th of August when 2000 LP rank 1 player and Nunu one trick on the NA server, Pentalist, bragged about a 40-0 run to Platinum, saying he doesn't understand how, quote, people can have hundreds of games on a jungler in low elo and still consistently fail the 330 full clear. At the time of writing, this post has been seen almost 2 million times, and most people in the community have commented on it.
Can I speed up the video? These videos feel like they're like too formal and slow. Do you guys hate when I speed up the video and react? I'll only put 1.5.
Even by themselves. Before we continue, there is practice Pentalist tweet. On 12th August, post on Subreddit was made by Pentalist specifically smurfing, ranking was 21.
Okay, I'll slow down. It's not TikTok, right? It's just like
no, and flaming information dense. Out on it. There was also a Twitter discussion, kind of stemming from Riot's response to smurfing / boosting earlier in the month. Outside of boosting or hitchhiking, high elo players started bringing up valid points about why they smurf, like long queue times, target bans, or their educational content creation. Pentalist was one of them. Enter Drew 11. If you're not aware, Drew is part of product and strategy at Riot and has been working overtime listening and responding to the community on Twitter, which has been met by overwhelmingly positive reception as players are actually seeing their requests answered and resolved. Players are seeing Drew's comms as refreshing, striking a nice balance between knowledgeable, respectable, professional, humorous, and transparent, which he's been outputting a lot. Some things he's dealt with stem from players self-reporting, like this guy who after being awarded on a 5 spoke to Drew and said he hadn't in fact been an honorable summoner, to which Drew thanked him for his honesty and hit him with a 2-week chat restriction. To other things like getting involved in the topic of this video, which brings me back to Pentalist's 40-0 tweet. Pentalist's tweet got 3.9k likes, but Drew's response got 6.4k, where he said, I don't understand how people can look at our dev update about smurfing and think it's a good idea to buy accounts and post about 40-0ing sub plat games as a 1k plus LP challenger. Do you think we won't enforce our rules and TOS? To which Pentalist rebutted saying that the account is hand leveled with proof. Drew and he went back and forth about the true nature of the account then. Shortly after all this, all of Pentalist's accounts were banned. In response, as a
Matt Crazier is using Elder Scrolls sound effect of turning pages. Maybe I'm brain rotten, like from the Oblivion or Skyrim, you know, maybe Morrowind even.
TLR, this all says he was falsely accused, to which he proved his innocence was banned for 30 days.
That's what I keep hearing, man.
His innocence, he said, I've most likely been banned due to a bug.
Reading about like fucking Dremora
7 years ago. When my account was playing with Emerald / Diamond players in normals a month ago due to an issue with older accounts getting bad MMR, it initially got placed in Iron 4.
Given all of this context, this is boring.
Using challenge player, you can do educational content against goals, but I've talked about that before. You can be like, oh, I'm gonna do this here, and then this all in, but then the silver player will never be able to replicate that because he is, in fact, silver. If you want to do educational content, that's going to Master. Master's like the perfect elo to do that in. There's nothing stopping you doing educational content in Master.
He's right. This is like educational content is just such a like pointless fucking distraction. First of all, educational content always does worse on YouTube. It always does worse on YouTube because people primarily watch it for entertainment. People want to watch for entertainment, but for education are super niche, 90% of players. So to have like this excuse that you're doing it for education is just so weird. Like people don't want you to learn. People watch you because it's entertaining. That's it. It's just entertaining. And if you want to make education, you can just do it in a low master.
Unless you're a master tier player. But if you're a master tier player, you probably shouldn't do educational content in silver to begin with, should you? Then you have to try. True. Then you actually have to play the game to some extent. Very true. Let's be honest and be like, yo guys, I want to do unranked to child because I want to have a good win with account and it's fun to stomp low elos. Well, that's a good lesson, but that's one of those, you can teach people about the game by playing the game. But if you're a challenger player and you're saying, guys, I'm doing educational content, stomping this silver guy, you want to set the wave up like this, I'm gonna go and do this combo.
No, okay. To be honest, you're to prove that it's not entirely true because I watch you and learn AD carry with education. I agree, okay? But you're not watching me because you want to learn AD carry. You're watching me because you enjoy my content and because it's a new refreshing thing. The education is like under the table. It's secondary to the thing. It's completely secondary. People don't watch to learn. They will learn by watching a little bit, but it's completely secondary.
On this silver guy, and that's how you kill him level 1. Do you think a silver player is ever gonna walk at him and do what you just did? No. It takes one brain cell for you as a challenger player to kill a silver player.
Well, let's not kid ourselves. It's just fun for people to stomp, and it's very fun for people to watch people get stomped. Like, that's it. Like, you have less out-of-game time, less queue time, you play more games, you get more plays, you're at liberty to make crazy random or extended plays, so you can make hype moments. Yeah, that's the fun in it. You're not doing it to educate, really. Like, some education comes as a side effect to people watching you, but people watch because it's fun. The fact that you can flip in 1v3, make a pentakill, whatever the fuck, stupid shit, you know, just, that's it. Let's not lie to ourselves. Let's not kid around, you know, it's like, no, like a little Timmy's learning by watching me stomp these guys, no.
That's how bad silver players are. Like, even in Emerald, you can walk at an Emerald player and kill him. It takes nothing. You can easily go teach the same content in Master as you can in Platinum. The only difference is that if you try to do educational content in Master, you'll probably lose half the games. But does that even fucking matter? Shouldn't you teach people to play from behind? Oh, I'm 0-2. This is how you play from behind. Oh, my team's inting. This is what you do.
Exactly right.
Then you're going to silver again and you're like, okay, I'm 20-0 here, so I'm going to create the slow push into ending the game top here at 15 minutes. Oh.
But what's with the other round? If a black player shouldn't learn from a high elo streamer, how can he actually improve?
But that's like what I said. You can learn from a high elo player if they play in human elo.
Others were mostly in support of Riot because who brags about being plats on your 2k LP on your one trick. But later that day, Pentalist finally went live and responded on stream. The stream lasted almost an hour, which I watched, so you don't have to. Here were the relevant clips. And I have to say, although I understand Riot's perspective, there were multiple points of proof and hypocrisy Pentalist addresses in this, which honestly just made me think if Riot is going to ban one person for these things, then they just have to ban them all. The inconsistencies in their punishments is just confusing, especially when there's black and white TOS. Anyway, to Pentalist's response. Firstly, he says he did in fact handle his account himself for an unranked challenger series. Key detail.
On August 10th, around 9 days ago, I started this account, which was an account that I hand leveled myself in order to do an unranked challenger series, right? It's going fine. I was winning every game, nothing ordinary.
Then, after running through a bit of the lore to catch people up on, he begins explaining why the offending account is actually his with more proof.
Let's talk about this thread in general, right? Drew 11 said that this account was quote-unquote bot, even though he could not identify the account details, including name and registered email. And he said afterwards, the account doesn't show up on OPGG and he left his work computer in the office. Now, when Ryder says the account is bot on Twitter, I feel like there's a level of expectation for him to actually check first whether the account's bot, right? This account is not bot, I can't level this account, I'll show it later, but it's just completely insane to me that someone can go on Twitter as a writer, get hundreds of thousands of views on a tweet, thousands of likes, accusing me of something that I haven't done, and once you figure out...
Yeah, to be fair, just, okay, let's play both sides here. Like, this is the accusation from Drew comes in the very first tweet before, like, anything else is being checked. And the natural assumption when you see a 40-0 platinum account is that it's bots. That it's bot Iron 4 negative MR. I think that's like the general assumption. That's what I thought immediately when I looked at it. Obviously, there's significant weight behind when Drew says it because he's a writer, but eventually we'll see what happens.
I didn't buy the account, he didn't apologize, he just doubled down and did something else, and accused me of something else which I didn't do, which I'll show later on as well. But for now, I will show why this account isn't bot with a lot of things that indicate this account is bot. First one is that this account was leveled with Co-op vs AI games. If I pull up this screenshot, I can show you that I bought XP boost and win boost. This is the fastest way by far to level up account. The strategy is you go into intro Co-op vs AI games, you win the game as fast as you can, and for every win you get around 216 XP in win boost and a couple of XP in normal boost, right? So if you have money, which I do, and like level up account as fast as you can, you just buy XP boost and play Co-op vs AI. But let's take a look at the account in question, right? And why it's hand leveled. So as you can see here, rank games, blah blah blah, and then people can argue that this is not me, but there's a lot of indications that this is actually me leveling up this account, right? As you can see, the AI Co-op vs AI games started August 7th, 2025, and when I finished this was on August 9th, 2025. If you look at my stream history, I've been consistently streaming most days, but there's a break between August 7th and August 9th because I was quite literally hand leveling this account. My last stream title before that was I was turbo locked in, I don't know what I was doing, I think I was climbing League Ladder, and next I said 0-0 on rank start, which was a new account that I just leveled up. In addition, right, not only is this, I think it shows a lot, I leveled this account because I also had a break in between, played AR Earth games with friends. As you can see, 1:14 AM, I played a bot game, 1:45 AM, I got into 5.
But this would then mean that the account isn't, as we kind of suspected, that was like the only remaining plausible option. That it's an anomalous account, where because of the account age, it really ended up being in this like black hole for MMR, and it ended up stuck on super low MMR, despite it being like recently, it should be recognized a bit of a higher MMR.
Based on AR Earth games with my friends, this is I played 4 of them, and I went back to playing Co-op vs AI games, right? Going back to this post, this is the exact same thing I mentioned again, sorry, but XP boost by, win boost by, play with friends, level it up myself. And another thing, final thing, any writers who watch this, you can check the IPs and the machine. I don't have to do this, I can't do this myself. But Ryan knows that these bot games and every game that I played on this account was played by me because I use the same machines, I use the same IP addresses, all of that. Vanguard Kanto. And finally, the last thing is my username. For those of you who do not know, my username on this account is Airkey with 5 eyes, which is how I logged into this account. And my username on my main account is Airkey with 4 eyes, right? Which clearly shows I made these accounts at the close to the same time because they're quite obviously also each other.
He then runs through Rod's reasons for his bans, followed by Drew's own reasons, and looks to disprove them.
Now, what was the reason that I exactly got banned? Well, when I was live, they gave me this reason, MMR elo boosting. So just to read it out, they said I was logging into another player's account to play a rank game. The intent is to increase MMR. The rank game cannot be created by original player, maybe boosting resulting for punishment. Rank manipulation, group camping, flex queue, and intentionally losing rank MMR using one of these D rank accounts after push up. This account, if I can put up, has not played any flex queue games. Has
this is not the ticket, this is the definition of the thing.
No flex game.
I think the ticket, if I remember correctly, displayed rank manipulation. I think that was the primary reason for the ban.
And if you see rank solo duo, if I scroll down, there's some people I played 2 games with, but that's just because I got them 2 games in a row. But it's painfully obvious I did not duo queue with anybody in order to basically increase the rank. Let's get into Drew's reasons on why I got banned for League of Legends. There's quite a lot of them. I don't think he can figure out a reason himself. But the most reasonable reason I can think of is, 1 second, is this one, where Drew states that a challenger player gained gap by silver gold jungler, and you think the challenger player play normally. He's referring to this game where I lost against Emerald 3 average lobby and normal games before this account.
Yeah, that means nothing.
Take a look at the actual normal games on this account.
That absolutely means nothing if you lost 1 out of some games.
This one game was the only one game that I lost in a session, while basically stopping every other game, being in normal or high normal MMR, so I'm playing against Emerald 3 players, silver 1 players, gold 3 players, gold 1 players, tier average, right? Drew wants to imply that I got Iron 4, I intentionally lost games, or I found some sort of way to intentionally trick the system that I'm an Iron 4 player, so that's why I got placed in Iron 4, but this is simply not true. This is actually from Riot Games matchmaking himself, right?
Yeah, this is the thing. If it is a problem in the system and a bug, then it's kind of fair game. I think it's still extremely stupid to just post this stuff and brag because you play the game for a while, you know how the MMRs work, so it's not something that we brag about, unless we didn't post on Twitter, none of this would be going on. Let's see what the repercussions are. If they based it entirely off like 1 normal game loss, it's just ridiculous. I suspect there's something more to it, but again, I don't know. We'll have to wait for Riot's statement. And if that's the case, like the ban will get revoked. There's no way it goes 30 days.
I feel like it is completely disingenuous to just include one game where I didn't perform the best in, when the other 3 games right before it, I'm giving a clear indication to Riot Games on my skill level, right? These are absolute carries, and you can see Riot Games knew what my skill level is in normals, and that's why they placed me against Emerald, Platinum, Diamond, Emerald, Gold, Bronze, Platinum, Silver.
Isn't rank challenge the same as breaking the rules then? No.
And all of these things, right? Either way, it's
What?
Sorry. Wasn't there a blonde woman living here?
I don't know, maybe. We moved in here yesterday.
What? She moved out?
Don't call again, you understand?
where the initial star loses huge amounts of mass before the explosion, with the overall conclusion from the study suggesting that this supernova involves a binary system undergoing an instability-induced merger, very likely between some kind of a massive helium core produced by a star over 30 solar masses initially and a smaller black hole companion of approximately 10 solar masses, with this whole process described in 4 separate steps. First, for many years before the explosion, the system seems to undergo some kind of an unstable mass transfer, with the massive star shredding huge amounts of gas, leading to super bright emissions we usually refer to as super Eddington luminosities. This forms both hydrogen shells and helium shells, with slightly different shapes. Then, during the final year, the runaway accretion into the black hole leads to a binary system where the two objects start to orbit closer and closer. And this starts to increase luminosity of the entire system as the objects get closer and closer to each other. Then, in 2023, we observe the explosion. The primary star merges with the black hole and explodes as Type 2N supernova, with the supernova first reaching the polar axis material containing a lot of helium and produced during earlier outbursts, and producing the first photometric peak. Here this is confirmed by the observations in July of 2023. But then we have the second re-brightening period, where the supernova ejecta collides with a second shell 224 days afterwards. But following this, the transient rapidly dims as the ejecta passes through all of these shells and moves beyond them. And right now, pretty much all of these observations seem to match the analysis from the study, basically presenting us with a slightly different type of a supernova we've never seen previously. Although here, I guess what's important to mention is that now that we know that such supernovae exist and now that we know what to look for, in the next few years, there's a very high chance we'll actually be seeing thousands, if not tens of thousands of such events, because Vera Rubin Observatory just began its operations and technically is designed to discover so many more of these objects, and will very likely see quite a few by early 2026, even potentially discovering additional rare supernova we've never seen previously, helping us understand how these really massive stars live, how they evolve, and how they eventually explode, eventually refining our models of star evolution and helping us understand precise mechanisms that trigger these extraordinary stellar explosions that eventually produce new stars. And so because of this new telescope, and of course because of studies like this is actually a pretty exciting time for supernova science. We're now entering the era of automatic detections and even automatic analysis using new machine learning tools, which will help us catch a lot of these events at all times and even identify them automatically just minutes after the initial detection, something that previously would take months if not years of analysis. But when it comes to these new supernova events, this is of course not the only unusual event we've discovered in the last few years. You can actually learn about some other discoveries in some of the previous videos in the description, and we'll of course discuss more in some of the future videos. And well, until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. Alternatively, you can also buy the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye. NGC 4945, a pretty well-known barred spiral galaxy approximately 11 million light-years away from us that seems to contain a bizarre cosmic mystery, an object astronomers have only recently discovered, and an object that doesn't seem to fit into any astrophysical category. A bizarre enigmatic source now referred to as punctum, a Latin word meaning dot or point, mostly because of its very compact dot-like appearance. But because it's so bizarrely bright and because it has so many unusual features, this has now suddenly become one of the biggest mysteries in astronomy, which means that we obviously have to discuss it. And so let's talk about this a little bit more, but I guess let's first start with the galaxy itself and what we know about it so far. So first of all, as you can see from this image, this galaxy is seen almost edge-on, and it's notable for two main features in its central region. First of all, it has a lot of gas. It's heavily obscured by thick active galactic nucleus, which is of course powered by a supermassive black hole in the center, which for astronomers makes this one of the most exciting galaxies because we get to see how these black holes interact with all of the stuff around them. But it's also a site of very intense nuclear star formation, or basically starburst regions, which seem to produce a lot of stars all at once. And you can see these regions as these beautiful red formations across the galaxy. And some of these regions, especially the ones near the center, are so bright that they seem to produce at least half of the brightness or luminosity coming from this galaxy. So this galaxy is definitely quite active, and there's a lot of stuff to study here. But this new discovery was made possible by using a slightly different observation, specifically using ALMA, Atacama Large Millimeter Submillimeter Array that observes the universe in slightly different wavelengths, specifically millimeter wavelengths similar to the radio waves, allowing this telescope to pierce through most of this dust and most of this gas, and allowing us to see through all of these obscure objects into the galaxy itself. And this of course provides us with a unique perspective into a lot of activities inside the galaxy, mostly because these ALMA observations help us see the gas, the dust, but also magnetic fields in various galaxies, helping us trace the star formation or even map large-scale magnetic structures, which then helps astronomers to kind of create a map of all sorts of dynamic processes inside various galaxies. And so here ALMA's unprecedented sensitivity and angular resolution truly transformed our ability to be able to resolve extremely small compact objects, even when looking at super small objects like black holes. For example, ALMA was able to create images of the magnetic field around the famous M87 black hole. But let's talk about this new object, Punctum, the source that was initially identified in the ALMA Band 3 observations, which usually operate around 1 GHz range. And here, despite the region being very crowded and containing a lot of objects, this object stood out quite a lot. And it seemed to be approximately 200 light years away from the center, so this was definitely not the central black hole and not some kind of an activity related to central region, instead appearing to be completely separate. But I guess why is this strange, and what's so special about this? Well, here are some perplexing characteristics of this punctum. First of all, as I mentioned, it's very compact. Even with almost high resolution, this object seems to translate to a physical size of something like 2 parsec or just over 6 light years in size, maybe just under 7 light years. And this by itself is quite significant because we don't really see a lot of objects that are so compact and so ridiculously bright. It's also very bright in certain frequencies, specifically millimeter frequencies. Considering its distance and considering what we're seeing here, this is approximately 2 × 10 to the power of 35 erg per second, or just to put this into context, it's about 100,000 times brighter than a typical magnetar, 100 times brighter than the most powerful microquasar, and here's the strange part, at least 10 to possibly 100 times brighter than a supernova remnant, with only one known supernova, Crab Nebula, surpassing it in terms of brightness and in terms of microwave luminosity. But it's not just bright, it's also kind of constant. This object has been detected across multiple epochs between approximately 2019 and 2023, and it seems to have shown no statistical significance in terms of variation, so essentially it doesn't change much, it seems to be always bright, and does not seem to be some kind of a transient or some kind of an explosion that might explain what's going on here. In other words, we have this very bright, very constant source that's brighter than any other object known to us. But since this is visible in the millimeter wavelengths, here polarization also matters. And that's because observations of polarization usually provide us with very detailed cosmological information that temperature and luminosity alone cannot provide, and that very often is caused by some kind of a magnetic source nearby. And this object exhibits an exceptionally high degree of linear polarization that seems to be about 50% on average. And this is quite rare for astrophysical sources, and suggests that the emission originates from some kind of a highly uniform ordered magnetic field source that doesn't seem to change too much. In comparison, some of the most powerful supermassive black holes, such as blazars, will usually have maximum polarization of just 15%, so whatever is happening here seems to be way more magnetized. As a matter of fact, the only thing that can explain this high polarization seems to be some kind of a very powerful synchrotron radiation, which is usually produced when a lot of charged particles move at very high velocities near the speed of light and spiral around magnetic fields, emitting radio waves. So something here could be spinning very fast and producing a lot of emissions. But I guess even more mysteriously, there seems to be no counterpart in other wavelengths. Despite being super bright in 100 GHz, punctum has no clear counterparts in X-rays, radio waves, infrared, or optical observations. It's basically invisible in everything else except for that one wavelength. And though it is possible that it's just hidden from us because of a lot of dust here, some wavelengths, like radio light, should still be getting through. But importantly, this kind of suggests that this is very likely not a background object far, far away, such as some kind of a distant quasar or distant blazar, and seems to be an object inside this galaxy. And so I guess the question is, so what is punctum? Or at least, what could it be? Well, this is where the mystery deepens. Here the astronomers compared all of the observations to known objects, or to even various known classes of objects, especially the ones emitting synchrotron radiation or producing high polarization, and nothing so far matched. None of the objects that we know produce these emissions seem to have properties that are even remotely similar to punctum. For example, when it comes to neutron stars, such as pulsars or even magnetars, most are just too faint in the millimeter band to even be visible. Here there's actually one example, Vela Pulsar, one of the brightest pulsars observed by ALMA, and is nearly 1 billion times fainter than punctum. Likewise, magnetars, which are the highly magnetized neutron stars that often do produce high polarization, are also extremely low in millimeter luminosity and have never been seen producing anything similar. And so pulsars and neutron stars and magnetars seem to be out. Now what about some kind of a supernova remnant? Well, here we can compare this to the most powerful known to us in the Milky Way, Crab Nebula. These are of course expanding shells of gas and dust following powerful explosions of very massive stars. Now, as I mentioned, this galaxy does contain a lot of active regions and a lot of starburst activity, so supernovae here are kind of expected. And we know that objects like Crab Nebula can be also very bright in millimeter wavelengths. But the problem here lies in the polarization and the size. Crab Nebula, for example, exhibits a much lower millimeter polarization of only 7% compared to 50 observed in punctum. Likewise, supernova remnants are usually large, extended objects, with this one being at least 11 light years across, whereas punctum seems to be a lot more compact and a lot smaller. The other potential explanation is what's known as a microquasar. In essence, a stellar mass black hole orbiting some kind of a star that's consuming a lot of mass from its partner, producing enormous jets and a lot of brightness. But here once again the millimeter polarization is usually extremely low, despite producing very bright emissions, with additional explanations essentially being some of the least understood objects. For example, galactic filaments. Here we're talking about multiple objects discovered in the Milky Way that all seem to be kind of long, narrow, and produce certain emissions with signs of a lot of magnetism. In some cases they do actually have up to 50% polarization, consistent with punctum. But here, even the brightest of these objects is usually much fainter in the millimeter wavelengths. These objects are actually barely visible, and we've only detected so many of them because of new sensitive telescopes. And so it's extremely unlikely to be galactic filaments or any other similar structures. And so essentially, as it stands, punctum cannot be associated with anything known to us, highlighting its very bizarre, distinct nature. And of course suggesting that we might be looking at something entirely new, entirely different, and possibly something extreme and unusual. Or maybe this is just some kind of a typical object that's suddenly producing new emissions we never knew were possible coming from these particular objects. For example, this could still be some kind of a magnetar. Magnetar located in a peculiar environment, maybe interacting with something very dense in a neighborhood. But in a nutshell, this discovery highlights that there's still so much to learn about the universe, especially in certain wavelengths we've only recently started to explore. Although here the reason this object was even discovered was really because of extreme sensitivity from ALMA, and because of its ability to distinguish very small objects out there. But in order to unravel its true nature, we're going to need more observations and possibly in a lot of other frequencies involving a lot of other telescopes. For example, here by conducting deeper polarimetric observations with ALMA and some other radio telescopes, it could help us find certain patterns in its polarization, which might give astronomers more hints on what this is. Additionally, James Webb Space Telescope could also play a role here if it can actually identify some kind of an infrared counterpart that so far has not been detected by other telescopes. And since it is so bright in the millimeter frequency, it should be bright in some other wavelengths, and so if this is some kind of a supernova remnant or even some kind of a magnetar inside a very thick cloud, James Webb should be able to see something, allowing us to reveal its nature. For now though, this remains a compelling mystery that kind of challenges our current understanding of astrophysical objects, but also confirms that the universe still has so many more mysteries and so many unexplained objects to discover. And so until we find out what this is, or until someone else proposes something else, that's all I wanted to mention. Check out some of the other videos in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access and a few more things. Alternatively, you can also buy the Wonderful Person t-shirt with the James Webb as one of the designs. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to discuss a new cosmological model that's maybe just a little bit different from a lot of other models we've discussed in the past. And that's because this time it's trying to explain the universe by changing our definition of space-time completely. Instead of having 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time, here this model introduces 3 dimensions of time along with the 3 dimensions of space. But intriguingly, instead of being just a mathematical framework, there's also an intriguing application to fundamental physics and even potential way to experimentally test this in the future. Which is why I wanted to talk about this, because there's maybe something intriguing going on here after all. And so let's talk about this new study by Gunther Kletechka of University of Alaska and his idea behind 3-dimensional time. But first, briefly, I guess, just a bit of history. Because for over a century now, ever since some of the first propositions by Einstein, researchers mostly focused on this idea of space-time being 3 dimensions of space, represented with the XYZ axis, and a single dimension of time that we often refer to as the arrow of time. And together these 4 dimensions form what's known as the space-time. The mathematical model that fuses the dimension of space and the 1 dimension of time into the 4-dimensional continuum. Something that sometimes is difficult to imagine, but something that for the past few decades has been thoroughly investigated and confirmed through a lot of different experiments. You can check out some of the previous videos on the Einsteinian principles in the description. And in general, the conventional definition of space-time so far has been pretty good at explaining pretty much everything we see. And so even though prior to 1900s, the assumption was that the universe was 3-dimensional, by proving that the universe was at least 4-dimensional, or basically it contains space-time, and by proving most of the concepts in the special theory of relativity, this provided enough evidence to suggest that there's at least 4 dimensions. But naturally, in modern physics, there were still a few mysteries. For example, the mystery of this unifying theory of everything. As in, we still don't have a theory that explains both gravity and a lot of effects from particle physics, along with the quantum physics. Which is why for the past few decades there's also been a lot of work on trying to unify everything, because at the moment quantum physics and Einsteinian principles seem to be almost entirely separated. But in this new work, Gunter Kotechka, that you see hugging a cactus right here, and whose website you can find in the description, made an intriguing assumption. Well, if we have 3 dimensions of space, why can't we have 3 dimensions of time as well? And here we're talking about actual physical dimensions defining the fabric of the universe. But he didn't just make this assumption, he also created a mathematical model. A model that assumes time also has 3 axes, and in which particles and different types of forces seem to interact in 3-dimensional structure of time. And though obviously it's kind of difficult to imagine, in essence, just like stuff interacts in 3 dimensions in space, here the assumption is that different forces and different particles interact in 3 dimensions of time, with the 3 scales being the quantum scale, interaction scale, and the cosmological scale. And one of the main reasons why this study is maybe a little bit exciting is because it also makes a really intriguing proposition. When you apply this model to various fundamental particles, it surprisingly can actually reproduce some of the known properties, such as, for example, mass. And so, for example, when you look at the standard model of physics, things like, for example, electrons, muons, and quarks are known to possess certain mass, but their exact mass is not entirely known. And also there is no exact explanation for why they have such masses. Like, for example, some quarks are much more heavier than other quarks, and it's not clear why. But strangely enough, in this model, some of the masses for different particles, such as tau and muon, seem to have values that match the masses of particles that have been calculated over the years, which is actually super intriguing, but is also explained by the author in a very simple way. In a lot of previously proposed multidimensional time models, the time dimensions were often mathematical constructs without concrete explanations or even experimental connections. Here, though, according to the author, the 3-dimensional space seems to actually arise as a result of 3-dimensional time. Or just to rephrase this, the 3D time is not just mathematical, it seems to physically construct the space, which emerges as a kind of a secondary manifestation as a result of time itself. So time makes space, not the other way around. With this mathematical model providing a physically testable theory and multiple predictions that could be tested. For example, the predictions in terms of particle masses. So let's just take the mass of the top quark. Here it's predicted to be 173.21 gigaelectronvolts, which surprisingly is very close to the value of 173.2 that's been measured over the years. And more importantly, this model predicts the mass of neutrino, which actually has not been accurately measured yet, but here the model does not just predict the mass of the neutrino, it also finds a kind of a particle resonance depending on their type. But the reason this model seems to make these predictions is because of very specific values and equations derived by this 3-dimensional time geometry, with these equations then determining the allowed mass for various particles, and actually producing a very intriguing relationship between various particles. For example, electron, muon, and tau have a very specific fixed mass ratio. In this case, the ratio is 1 to 4.5 to 21, which at least for now seems to match some of the observations. And so it's really the 3-dimensional time that seems to produce the fabric of everything, as opposed to space that we observe afterwards. And here the author makes the comparison with some kind of a painting. The canvas is the 3-dimensional time. The paint on the canvas is what you get afterwards once the time dimensions have been established. Although naturally this is not the first time such a proposition has been made. These multiple dimensions actually exist in a lot of cosmological models, and the most famous one is of course the string theory, or to be more exact, one of the branches referred to as the F theory. Here 12 dimensions of spacetime do contain 2 dimensions of time. But string theory has not been proven yet, and also contains a lot of challenges of its own, although a much more well-known theory of multiple dimensions of time is by Itzhak Barış, the Turkish-American researcher that proposed 2T physics, or the physics of 2 time dimensions, that tries to unify a lot of theories as well. But in a lot of these previously proposed ideas, there has always been a bit of a concern. In previous models, the cause-effect relationship very often created a lot of problems. Or essentially, when you have multiple time dimensions, it sometimes leads to the phenomenon of cause and effect basically switching places. Something very similar happens in the Einsteinian principles when you introduce the idea behind faster than light travel. But in this case, these 3 dimensions of time are maybe slightly different. For example, one dimension of time introduces the arrow of time that's familiar to us, But the second axis that's essentially crossing it is somewhat similar to what we expect from quantum physics. And so here you can actually cross the regular time and possibly end up in a slightly different version of the same day. So I guess in some sense very similar to the multiple worlds idea from the quantum physics. Or you can think of this as parallel universes. And so these alternative outcomes represent the second dimension, with the third dimension basically being the idea behind transition between these times. And obviously all of this does sound very counterintuitive and super hypothetical, but according to the researcher, in some sense, a lot of this should be manifested in many high-energy environments, such as obviously the early universe and some of the most extreme particle colliders. So there's obviously maybe a way to test this. And so here this might provide us with a very important clue to the model known as quantum gravity, or basically the bridge between Einsteinian principles and quantum physics, helping us unite the fundamental forces of nature and helping us understand what actually forms gravity, electromagnetism, strong and weak nuclear forces. But once again, one of the main reasons this idea seems to be kind of exciting is because of its ability to predict masses of certain particles. Since it's able to predict the masses of neutrinos, if one day we discover that the masses are actually kind of similar to the prediction, it might be worth taking a look at this once again. And this would obviously hint that maybe the world is not 4-dimensional, but at least 6-dimensional. But naturally, this idea is not without criticisms. For example, one of the main criticisms of these time dimension propositions was by Max Tegmark, a Swedish physicist, who essentially argues that with more than one time dimension, it becomes extremely difficult to predict the behavior of physical systems, especially when using modern mathematical models. And more importantly, according to Dr. Tegmark, in such a universe, it would be impossible for intelligent life to form. Mostly because the protons and electrons would probably be unstable and very likely decay into particles with a lot more mass than is currently possible. And so the only way such a multidimensional universe could potentially emerge is if the conditions are extremely low in energy, or basically if there's very low temperature. Likewise, a lot of other physicists have usually criticized these extra-dimensional theories for being too philosophical and for basically lacking experimental evidence or even a way to test the evidence. And so because many models would be difficult to test experimentally, they were always seen as nothing more than a philosophical proposition. But according to Kletechka, or the author of this study, since there are at least a few testable predictions, it does make this model just a little bit more intriguing. For example, apart from the particle masses, it also actually predicts the speed of gravitational waves. And so according to this proposition, gravitational waves should actually have a slightly slower speed than the speed of light. It's a very, very small difference, but if we're talking about distances in billions of light years, it does become testable. Nevertheless, practical challenges of verifying these predictions do remain significant. But one of the biggest criticisms for these multidimensional models, or multidimensional time models, is just the fact that we might not need these dimensions to explain the modern universe. Based on modern cosmology, this added complexity is maybe not entirely justified because 4-dimensional spacetime is very successful at explaining an extremely vast range of phenomena. And so by increasing mathematical complexity of dimensions, we actually might not be getting more solutions, but instead end up with more problems. And so at least for now, most cosmologists believe that these types of multiple dimension models don't provide substantial improvement over previous 4-dimensional attempts, which generally explain almost everything, except for a few things we're still working on. Nevertheless, I still wanted to talk about this because those few predictions this model makes are kind of exciting, and so it'll be interesting to see where all of this goes. But we're probably not going to know any more about this until someone else finds some kind of a counter evidence, or until someone else expands on this and makes this into an actual cosmological model that suddenly explains a lot more. And so until these future discoveries or future explanations, that's all I wanted to mention. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads, and a few more things. Maybe support this channel by joining the channel membership where you get early access and some other videos, or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
I'm an American soldier that
Yeah.
suffers from PTSD. Being in front of a crowd, it doesn't give me as much anxiety and aggression as I thought it would, bro, in
Yeah.
2009.
And so that's what happened, right? It's a performance. Yeah, no, definitely. And please show the wrestler apologizing for the can crush. Let me see if I can find it. I'm just trying to go through everything and get it, because like I don't have like really a list. I'm just kind of going through it extemporaneously, right? And so anyway, like there was this.
Psycho worried about Psycho Stu.
Psycho Stu?
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little...
We saw this one before. And there's this. And so basically, as really no surprise, oh, here's right, except that, so basically the guy apologized to him because like apparently, like, you know, there was a miscommunication. This was in character for this? Yeah, he was in character. Yeah. So this is the apology.
I apologize. I appreciate it.
I didn't know. I thought you were
I get it. We're gonna work it out.
So it's very obvious that, like, you know, he was just doing this because it's part of wrestling, right? And also, like, by the way, like, he did not break a can on this dude's head because, like, I know what happens. He says, I get it. Yeah, no, I get it. Apparently not. And so, like, if you break a can on somebody's head, I've never broken a soda can. I never even seen somebody get a soda can broken on their head. But, like, there would have been an explosion, right? Like, it was clearly an open can, right? And so, like, if I did this to myself, do I have an open can? Yeah, I mean, like, I can just go, like, that's nothing, bro. That's literally nothing. Like, right? He crushed it on his head. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's nothing. And so it's a prop. Well, like, what I'm saying is that I didn't even barely fucking feel that. And, yeah, it's the bottom side. Well, I'm just saying in general, right? And he passes out. Exactly. And so my point is, though, what do you call it? Banned for self-harm? Well, apparently not. I mean, unless I, you know, like back, you know, I punched myself in the face 20 times. I don't think I'd want to do that. So he even goes, I get it.
I get it. We're gonna work it out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, Zeus. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working. I get it. Yeah. I appreciate it.
I didn't know. I thought
They're effectually stunned actors? Yeah, exactly, right? And so anyway, he's a wrestler, so he doesn't know how to perform as one. He risked that man's life. Yeah, I think so for sure. And like, that was just crazy. And honestly, like, it's pretty obvious that, like, even the slam, right? Even the slam, like, he let his arms go so he could stop himself from hitting his head. Right? Like, he did this on purpose in a way. Like, this guy knows what he was doing, right? Because, like, he was trying to say, like, yeah, he let it happen. Slam was poorly done. Well, I know that, but, like, either way, it was something that was happening, like, partially. And so, anyway, this is what he said, apparently, after this happened. And this, again, this is the guy, right? This is the guy he did it to. It's just an average, you know, just your regular everyday dude.
Motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Real shit. One of them little bitch and fucking bit me. I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Think I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit.
Yeah, you gotta go to jail, bro. Like, you can't have somebody like this around, bro. Like, there's something like there's people like this that it's pretty obvious whenever you see one of them that these people just, like, they can't be in public life because, like, they get mad too easily and they just cause problems, man. They do. He's unstable. Yeah, they're unstable, man. Like, you can't be around people that are unstable like this because they can just cause so many problems and be violent and hurt people. It's just, he's a 2%er. Yeah, it's a 2%er. Like, no impulse control. You can't have a person like this out in society. Like, that's really it. Roid rage? I don't care. Like, if you're like roid rage, like, this is the way I look at it, right? Somebody says roid rage, like, it's like, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, but I'm just saying in general. Like, if someone goes on steroids and they beat the fuck out of somebody, that's no different to me than somebody going and getting drunk and then running somebody over in a car. Like, if you can't control the substances that you're taking into your body and you negatively affect another person because of those substances and your behavior with those substances, that's a you problem, bro. That is a 100% you problem. Now, I would say, like, maybe, like, I don't know, there could be, like, a 1% of a 1%, 7 different concentric circles of logic where, like, it wouldn't make sense, but, like, 99.999% of the cases, yeah, I think it does. Crazy someone defends that. I think somebody's just trying to have a conversation, but, like, that's all I'm saying. He recently, what do you call it, got knocked out by on camera by a sparring partner, and now he's mad about anyone disrespecting him. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'm gonna stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
Yeah, he got you gotta take a vacation for, like, I think, like, fucking, I'm thinking like 10 years, right? 5 years at least, right? I think 10 years. But this is, and when I see a person that talks and acts like this, what I really see, like, this is a person with no impulse control and that has a mental problem. But they really do. And this is, and again, like, in a way I feel bad for them because they're kind of a victim of their own impulses. They're a victim of their own stupidity, right? But at the end of the day, like, I mean, do you really give a fuck, right? Do you really care, like, why he did it? Like, it doesn't matter, like, why he did it. He just did it, and so that's the problem. And so, yeah, that's it. He's gonna do 2 or 3. No, somebody like this. No, here's what's gonna happen. He's gonna go to prison. And he's gonna get in fights with people in prison. He's gonna spend the rest of his life in prison. The moment that he goes to prison, he's gonna get in a fight with somebody, and then that's gonna make his sentence longer. And then before you know it, like, I mean, that's what's gonna happen. Like, that happens all the time, and it's a good thing, right? It's a good thing because that way you keep those people in the box, right? You keep them in the box; they don't come out of the box. Everybody's happy. So.
Come on, man. We leave it.
Oh shit.
Hey, man, we're walking away, bro. Let's not take it serious. Let's go. Come on, Roger. Let's go. Let's go, Roger. Let's go. Roger, let's go. Roger, I'm telling you, let's go. You listen to me. Listen to me, Roger. You need to listen to me right now, Roger. Let's go.
I don't give a fuck. You guys trying to jump me and shit.
Let's go.
You ain't gonna do shit to me, bro.
Let's go,
you can't do shit to me. You can't fuck with me, bro.
Let's go.
You can't fuck with me.
This is somebody, yeah, bro. Like, this is a legendary 100% crash out. Like, this is absolutely an insane fucking crash out. And this is him. Oh, this is the beginning. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. Keep in mind, I'm just gonna watch the beginning so y'all can see the expression on the dude's face. Hopefully. So you can see very clearly. He's letting this happen. He's letting this happen. Like, it's, yeah. Like, I mean, routine. Yeah, he thought it was for the show. He's a bit confused. Yeah, exactly, right? And so, like, that's the point I'm trying to make about this is that, yeah, he didn't expect it. Well, like, he also, like, maybe he didn't expect it, but, like, he was just like, oh, okay, all right, let's just roll with it, right? Because what I'm assuming happens, this is what I'm guessing, right? I've never been in pro wrestling before. But if I was, I would assume that these guys basically go in with a general idea of a script, and then they improv it, you know, to fill in the lines, right? And, like, that's what I'm kind of assuming what happens, right? And so I hate people do this. Yeah, they improvise it. You know, it's improv, exactly. And, like, because in a way, like, these are theater kids that were in the football team, right? I mean, let's be real. It's a different type of a theater kid, and so they just playing playing off a script, right? It's performing, yeah, exactly. And so, oh, it's yeah, exactly. So he's smiling. He goes, so, like, he's playing along with this the whole time. They're acting, but Raja went in to kill. I mean, I get that, I understand that, but, like, I'm just saying in general, a kick ban, brother. Where are the police? Most humans being pummeled like that would just die. The priorities are completely out of sync on this. The video is egregious, man. I better not see any excuses or explanations for this. Looks premeditated as well. Awful. It is not a question as to whether it was premeditated or not. He said he was gonna get you back, and he did. He did this shit on purpose, bro. 100%. Yeah, XQC. No, he totally right about this. Like at 100%. And let's see, I pull it up. I'll watch this one too. And trying to wake him up. Yeah, they couldn't even wake him up. For yesterday, whenever I went to bed, my understanding is that he was dead. I actually thought he died. That dude's a motherfucking tank, by the way. To take the back, because the human skull, the way it works is that, like, you've got, let's say, like, y'all ever play Halo? You got your normal shield in the back, you got your over shield in the front, right? And so, like, really, and the I think it's about right, yeah, it's about, like, right here. And so, like, generally, like, if somebody hits you back, like, in this side, like, you don't have as much armor there, right? Like, you got a low, that's like a weak point, right? And so the temple, yeah, that was basically where it was, right? Yeah, exactly. And so, like, anywhere from back there, that's how you kill somebody, is you hit them in the back of the head like that. And, like, the other thing is that even if you don't kill somebody, and this is something that hasn't been confirmed, I think that, and I don't know if any of you guys noticed this at the very end, his leg was twitching and his foot was twitching. I think that he probably got nerve damage. I think there is a 0% chance that this wrestler ever is able to, like, this altered his life. Did y'all see that? Y'all saw that, right? Yeah, he was seizing. Okay, yeah, I thought. Oh, yeah. Okay, so there it is, and he might not walk again. He will be lucky if, like, it's just honestly, like, it's horrible, right? And, like, if you know anything about, you know, like, and, like, I'm not a doctor, right? I'm not a doctor, but, like, even I know, like, this is just totally over the fucking line. Rampage's son knocked out a wrestler on purpose. Police are on the search for him. So, and also, like, by the way, like, he went, and so you go and you fuck somebody up like this, then you roach out. You go and roach the fuck out after you do this? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. So this is a ridiculous, vicious, mad malice shit? I think so too. Big speculation, what do you call it? Like that would have any sort of impact on someone's life. Yeah, dude knocked out back the head occupational lobe, then hit heart repeatedly in the temple. Sad. Yeah, like that was insane, man. They let him leave after that. I think that everybody, this is what happens when a situation like this happens. And everybody, they just let him leave because they knew they were going to get him. Like, they were going to catch the guy, right? It's not like he was going to get escape. So, like, they probably, and there's, like, a certain amount of, like, shock that happens where, like, some crazy shit happens and everybody is just, whoa, what the fuck, right? And so, like, people are just, like, so consumed by the moment, they're not, in a lot of cases, thinking about, you know, fucking, like, catching the guy or something like this. So, anyway, let's watch this video. This is after it happened.
Good luck tonight, Wojak.
Thanks, Tony.
I was born to be free.
ID, please.
Here you go, mate.
You're good to go.
Hi.
Hi, ID, please.
Sure.
Enjoy your night. Enjoy your night.
Hey, Daddy, we're good to go in, right?
Looking sexy tonight, Mr. Bouncer.
ID. No. Please step aside.
Are you serious? We're literally adults.
One of you is 19. One of you is 17. The third one just called me daddy.
That was a joke. We're just tired, not drunk.
Yeah, right.
Okay, but we know the DJ. Just let us in for like 5 minutes. We'll go straight to VIP.
VIP is not a daycare. Time to go home.
Wow, what's your problem? You like ruining people's nights?
Just following rules and making sure you follow the rules too.
Piss off, loser. I hate this club anyway. Time to go to shots where the bouncer is actually hot.
Yo, bro, we're good. We know the owner.
I don't care. Get back into the line.
Nah, you don't get it, Hermano. We literally just did shots with him. He said we could come back anytime.
I literally saw you guys being dropped off down the street 2 minutes ago. Don't lie to me and get back in the line.
Dude, do you even know who we are?
Yeah. The guys everyone in line hates by now.
You want us to call the owner? We'll get you fired in 2 minutes, bald-ass looking loser.
Please, fire me. You would help me out so much.
Yo, Tony? Yeah, your bouncer's being a pain in the ass. He's like depressed or something. I want you to fire him.
You're gonna be cooked, bro.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I'll let him know that you agree with me. Then I'll come inside.
Tony, you called with this guy?
Nope, who are they?
Hey, Tony. What's up, brother? My father knows your driver from kindergarten.
Okay, good for you, kid.
Any chance you could?
No.
What you looking at, peasant?
Wage slave thinks he owns us.
Code 2, flag guests.
Copy.
ID please, guys. You're good to go. You have a fake ID. You can leave or we will call the police. And you're on the blacklist.
What are you talking about? I've never been here.
Don't lie to me. 2 months ago at the Zeros night we dragged you off for fighting another person. We know you.
Listen, mate. We are not going to make any trouble if you just let us through.
It's not happening, guys. Please leave the line.
Listen. If you care about your life, you let us through right now. I got a shank with me, with your name on it.
We also know you, mate.
You want to go to jail?
Shouldn't have kicked us out, bro. You will pay.
One last time. Leave now.
Guy got what he deserved.
Don't disrespect bouncers or feel the consequences.
Why on earth would you bring a knife to a club?
The bouncer gets paid way too few to risk his life.
The real hero of the night is the bouncer.
How was your shift, Wojak?
Nothing special. Business as usual.
So this guy will do anything to get a Rolex for his girlfriend, even get violent.
Opposition activist who was holed up in that embassy for over a year before she was rescued. And I asked her, and she said, it's a
perfect,
silent
man.
euphoria.
I think it's a big problem for everybody. And we're speaking in Russian right now. I see. Yeah, I'll probably watch like maybe a translated version of that later on. Probably not right now. Exactly perfectly said. Fuck them. Yeah, no, I think so. And this is just really what's been happening with a lot of with a lot of things, is that things get censored and they get changed. And I think people are just tired of having
And so while they're quietly celebrating what President Trump is doing right now in Venezuela, and frankly, for the whole Western Hemisphere, Franklin, meanwhile, Venezuelans who are living abroad are putting out the most remarkable TikTok, Instagram videos I've ever seen. You're seeing the destroyers coming into the ocean and the planes coming overhead, and they're and YMCA playing, and just the euphoria from the dissident community who's abroad is so palpable.
I feel bad for them. I'm worried about them, man. Like that's a dictatorship. Like I'd be afraid for their safety, for real.
And thankful to the administration. Give us more context to that.
Is that Shroud?
Yes, the Venezuelan people recognizes that the Trump administration is probably one of the biggest allies that freedom fighters, Venezuelan freedom fighters, have had over the last 25 years. Is someone who has recognized that Maduro is not just a threat to South America, it's not just a threat to Venezuelans, but it's also a threat to the American people. And I think this is the most important thing to mention right now. When we talk about Nicolas Maduro, when we talk about the Venezuelan regime, we're not just talking about a government that we dislike or a dictatorship, a soft dictatorship. We're talking about a narco state, a government that produced over 25% of the entire cocaine that is produced in the entire world. It's We're talking about a narco state, a government that produced over 25% of the entire cocaine that is produced in the entire world. It's
Damn. That's wild. Holy shit.
Also a regime that sent Tren de Aragua, the same criminal organization that killed, for example, Laken Riley, or that killed Jocelyn Nungaray. So there is
still not enough for Hunter.
Need for the American people, for the well-being of the American people in the Western Hemisphere.
Maybe we should. That's what we do. We get rid of Maduro and we replace him. The new president of Venezuela can be Hunter Biden. And he'll get rid of all the cocaine by just fucking using it all. Like a black hole. Totally get rid of the cocaine problem.
To have a regime change to stop these cartels. Yeah. But Venezuelans recognize that Trump is an ally, that the U.S. government is probably the biggest hope that we currently have.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about who else is involved with Nicolas Maduro. It's not just the drug cartels, which is serious, and I appreciate Franklin laying that part out, but it's the Chinese, it's the Iranians. Let's talk about the Chinese, because they
is always why is it that always this Iranian government is always on the side of the person that's crazy? Isn't that nuts? The narrative is screwed, though. They're not a threat to America. We would stomp them in any conflict. This is not America first at all. I think that realistically, Venezuela's economy, if what they're saying is true, is at least contingent partially on drug distribution in the United States. Do you really think that Venezuela also, like, if they make 25% of the world's cocaine, do you think that they use 25% of the world's cocaine? Of course not. So just apply a little bit of common sense and logical thinking to this, and you'd realize that it's very obvious that their business model and their economy, and also this guy, by the way, is a fucking dictator. People don't like him either. He's destabilizing the country, which is causing a bunch of people to come over here. Sometimes doing things that are America first doesn't always mean that you only deal with America. America first is not isolationism. Sometimes America first is being proactive so you don't have to be isolationist. That's my opinion. Like a good example of this is the bombing of the Iranian nuclear facilities. This is an America first action because it threatens a long-term stability in an area. Like, you have to be able to think more than one step in front of you. I understand your point of view, and I think that it's fair for you to criticize and be concerned, especially after 20 years replacing the Taliban with the Taliban. I get it. I think that's a good point of view. But that doesn't mean that it's always accurate.
Made a huge play and got away with
Maduro
a lot
a
of
good
stuff
guy?
while America was looking in.
Good guys don't have people that have to leave their country because of political persecution. That's not what good guys have.
The other direction, towards the Middle East, towards Ukraine, and the Chinese were making their move in our hemisphere, in our backyard. Explain.
Yeah, definitely China is all involved in Venezuela. I remember when I was there, I once went to a military outpost and I was embarrassed because I saw the Chinese flag waving in this military place where, you know, in a military place in Venezuela, you should only see Venezuelan flags and that's about it. I saw Chinese...
Yeah, it's insane, man. Yeah, like, exactly, bro. See, imagine how we feel watching an American leftist protest. Where's every flag except for the American flag? Well, there is the American flag. It's upside down. So, yeah, and he's a complete idiot. I'm in South America. He just changed Christmas to July. There's no way he changed Christmas to July. Like, I partially believe that, but, like, I don't entirely. But, yeah, I don't think so. We're on fire? Maybe.
Flag. I saw a Cuban flag, an Iranian flag.
He did change it? No. The Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, announced a change to the date of Christmas. It's going to be moved from December 4th to December 1st to bring forward the Christmas spirit. It was a one-time adjustment. This guy's a fucking retard. What the fuck? Man. It was a one-time adjustment. This guy's a fucking retard. What the fuck? What is this? I don't even know what to say. That's because he was born in November and he wanted his birthday to be farther away from Christmas because his mom doesn't give him presents on both days because they are too close to each other. At this point, I'm 95% sure you're lying. But I'm only 95% sure that you're lying.
That doesn't really make sense. So all of these countries are
military cuts. He outlawed the Edgar haircuts. I already thought he was great, okay? You didn't need to convince me. Yeah, I was already on his side. I don't get it. Yeah, why'd you even say that?
Jorge, thanks for joining us, and we'll be checking back with you as this entire story is just beginning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your cut was retarded. Yeah, it was.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Nah. So Trump is sending, what the fuck, bro? Like, oh my God. Like, I didn't even know this was happening. I guess it's literally just like, let me see how I find this Trump. Let me see how I find there's any more information about this too. If Trump dares to touch Maduro, rest assured all of Latin America will rise up and take to the streets celebrating for an entire week. You got me in the first half. If Donald Trump dares to touch Maduro, rest assured that all of Latin America will raise up and take to the streets to celebrate for an entire week. Oh, man. Yeah, people are tired of this fucking asshole. That's great, man. Wow. And this is... Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, there we go, guys. Wow. We will, guys. Come on. I mean, again, like, you know, as an American, I mean, we, you know, like, I think South America's great. I think that, yeah, I don't have anything negative to say about it. It's just, there's just, you know, there's like some government problems you guys have there, but I mean, like, what the fuck? Like, that's, I mean, we have government problems even, right? I mean, so, like, I understand it. I get it. Yeah, and there's, if you're also America first, have you ever thought to yourself, maybe it's a good idea to get rid of the person who's destabilizing a country, making people have to leave that country in the thousands, the tens of thousands, because of political persecution or other forms of oppressive leadership? So, like, again, like, you have to think a little bit outside of that frame of reference. Like, I get where you're coming from with that person saying that root cause. Yeah. Well, it's just oil. Why can't it be both? Yeah.
4,000 Marines are heading in the direction of Venezuela.
Ooh.
According to the White House, the mission is to target drug cartels that traffic narcotics to the United States.
So you've probably heard that the U.S. State Department has placed a $50 million bounty on the head of Venezuela's 7th president, Nicolas Maduro, allegedly for involvement in trafficking narcotics into the United States. As you also just saw, the situation is escalating into a potential war scenario. With you.
Man. Yep, very smart to tell them beforehand. I mean, they're going to figure it out instantly, right? I mean, it's not really that big of a secret. Yeah, I mean, like, that's it. The Beijing will provide support to... Shut the fuck up. Shut the hell up. Is this it? Oh, damn. Latinx America? Yeah, I'll see if there's any more images of this. I don't know if there is or not. This Alex Jones even talking about this shit. What are you saying?
Now, I don't like any of these wars. Not Gulf War, not Gulf II, not Afghanistan, all of it. I've been against all these wars, Ukraine war, all of it.
Yeah.
But if you look at U.S. doctrine and wars that we fought before that were right...
He is bald.
It's in Latin America. This is our sandbox. And Venezuela is a communist dictatorship with the biggest oil reserves per square foot in the world. Their people are absolute slaves.
Man.
And I don't like regime change. But they are manipulating our elections. They are flooding us with fentanyl. And if there were surgical strikes...
Well, they don't like regime change either. That's why they apparently were ignoring elections. Yeah.
To take out the communists, there'd be an uprising and they could have elections and it would be a good thing.
You would convince us that oil?
So
yeah.
I'm not one to ever push offensive stuff, but they started it, so it's really defense. So I'll say it.
Say it.
I am for removing the Venezuelan
I was going to say
dictatorship.
the N-word. Never mind. Okay.
And
yeah,
but
true.
by the extension,
yeah,
the cartels back down and have basically slashed fentanyl production 90+%. I mean, they're killing their own people that do it. That's well known. and even in mainstream news. So it's kind of like Trump. I'm going to come get you in Mexico now because of what you did before. And the CIA was basically allowing
This shit never works, bro. It's not working what they have over there right now. It's not working. It's clearly not working.
all that running, a lot of it, under Obama and then under Trump's nose, and then, you know, with Biden it got worse. So by that extension, I mean, for those that don't know, Trudeau allows the use of it. It's decriminalized, and they turn a blind eye to its production. Most of it comes out of Canada now. That's on record. So I just...
That's a lot.
Yeah, do we have a right to go blow up the cartels? Yeah.
He was building up to that. He building up to it.
But they rolled over, basically. Venezuela is...
No, they don't want to deal with it because, like, the thing is, the cartels, like, if I was the cartel leaders, right, what would I do? I would say, fuck, you win. You win. You win. That's fine. That's fine. Not going to deal with this shit at all. Like, do you think they really want to deal with the U.S. military? Fuck no. Like, they don't even want to kill U.S. citizens. Like, they want to make their money and have their power in peace and do their own thing. Like, because also they can just bet on maybe 3 years they could have some new president, and then they can just get right back to doing what they were doing. You see what I'm saying? Just wait 3 years. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, that because the guys that run the cartels, they're smart guys. They are. They're smart guys.
The 800-pound gorilla.
Mm-hmm.
And so, whether you're for it or not, it's about to happen, in my view.
Yep.
And that's why you see Maduro trying to kiss ass and, oh, Trump, you're good. Hey, Biden told me to ship all the criminals up there. I've got the documents. You got them too. Yeah, we know that.
He trying to roach out? I can see that. For sure, absolutely. Please ran to Vancouver, take out Mexican cartels and Chinese triads. I don't know what's going on in Vancouver, man. Like, that's it. I got no idea. You can't trust anyone there, though. He needs rule with Fear's iron fist. I don't know about that. Yeah, live stream's just gonna be epic. Yeah. And no, I'm glad that they're trying to do something about it. I mean, hopefully, like, I mean, I think with anything like this, I think that the main thing that America should try to do is to empower the people that are in that country to take back control of the country. I think that any regime change that is too foreign will end up having a negative second order effect, like maybe 15 years, 10 years down the line. Like, at the end of the day, like, it should not be us installing somebody from Venezuela to run the country. It should be us, you know, like, what do you call it? Empowering Venezuelans to be able to dictate their own future. 70% hate them? Yeah, I know. No, so start a civil war? Well, I mean, they are... So, the thing is that there would be a civil war, but there can't be a civil war because these people are losing. They're losing. They already lost. Like, the only reason there's not a civil war right now is because they're just totally they're totally oppressed. And also, like, again, like, you think about this. By the way, I have no problem. Like, absolutely. Like, you got people sending fucking causing these problems up here at us. Of course you're gonna do something to them. Absolutely. It's common sense. They're starving. Yeah, same as Iran. Yeah, it's same as Iran. I have the same outlook as Iran. Yeah, 100%. They're I think this is an L. After they realized he was unresponsive, they should not have even moved his body. They should have waited. They should have immediately called EMS and not done anything. Like that, I don't think it should have done that. Like, don't hit his back either. Yeah, like call an ambulance, exactly. Or at least call them and ask, like, what should we do? This is what happened, right? Trying to get the blood out of his lungs or stomach. You think maybe that's it? I mean, I don't know. Like, you know, like maybe the guy that's doing this knows something I don't. But like, I see this and I think to myself, oh man, like you shouldn't fuck with somebody like that, right? Like, because you don't know like how you could, you know, mess something up. But I could be wrong. But I'm just thinking about this like common sense wise. But like, yeah, you're right. And I assume that they weren't trained professionals on like how to deal with a person with this injury. But I could be wrong. Man. That's the recovery position? Yeah, some of y'all might know. That's so scary, bro. Like, can you imagine, like, going to an event like this, try to have fun, and, like, this shit happens? Wake up. Jesus Christ, man. Wake up. Holy fuck, man. Wow. And again, this is the guy, man. It's just sad. It's really just fucking sad, man. All cause Raja a bitch? No, he is 100%. It's not even a question. And I'll see if there's any more. It has blood on his shirt. Yeah, he does have blood. Like, yeah, don't you realize, like, whenever you have blood on your shirt, like, isn't that, like, the problem? And what's MAGA after they see Raja Jackson clip?
Right on.
Guilty! That nigga is guilty!
Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate.
I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
Right on.
Guilty! That nigga is guilty!
Oh no!
Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate.
I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
Oh my god. What the fuck? And so anyway, let's see how I find it real quick. Raja fleeing the scene.
Tell the motherfuckers playing with me, bro.
Is this the
Real
same
shit.
one? 25-year-old grown-ass man rage baited into an attempted murder because he had to make sure that 12-year-olds in his chat. I don't know if I can even read this. 25-year-old grown-ass man rage baited into an attempted murder because he needs to make sure that the 12-year-olds in his chat don't think that he's a bitch. Oh my god. When keeping it real goes wrong. Yeah, so I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. And my bad. Yeah, I'll see if there's any more of this and if there's anything else. Oh, here it is. So he got banned. Big surprise, he got banned for this.
Shit pissed me off though, Andre.
Yeah, I understand that, but yeah, but you might have killed somebody. Yeah, I understand you were mad, but you might have killed somebody. Yeah.
He's fucking in the ring, fucking flatline, bro.
My bad.
You didn't have to do all that.
My bad.
You didn't have to do all that.
My bad.
You didn't have to do all that.
My bad. Oh, my bad. Oh my. Who is this guy? Is he for real? I guess, yeah.
My bad.
You didn't have to do all that shit. I understand y'all had heat. You didn't have to fucking take advantage.
I'll call you back later.
I just saw the video.
That's the whole thing? That's it? Like, yeah, you got, bro, this is a person, this This is insane, man. What is going on here? Rampage Jackson converted wrestler Sun Raja is alive, stable, and recovering. Haha, right. I'll believe that when I see it. And let's see if I find the rest of this. And let's see here. Exploded him in a ring. Actually talk things out with the wrestler. So yeah, here it is.
Fucking seal that. I'm sorry, bro. Hey, it's gonna all work out. Yeah, hello. I appreciate it. I didn't know. I started
Actual retard energy.
I get it. Yeah, so working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, Juice. I know you keep thinking we're working. Yeah. We're always working. I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you know what I'm saying? Yeah. We're always.
He says, "I get it. I get it." Yeah, you're gonna get a fucking an arrest, man. There's actually people defending Rod. Nah, nobody's defending him. Like, what do you mean? Like, nobody's saying that. Let me see how I find it real quick. And it's clear both of these people are unstable. What is this?
I can't pay with this thing? No. No, I don't, Don.
I just want to say what's up.
Bro, do you tap people on the back like that? Sorry, bro, that's rude as fuck, bro. Nobody like that. Turn around. Come here. Turn around. How you like that?
I'm so sorry.
Think about it. How you like that?
No, I just grew up watching your fights.
So you come tap people on the back like that?
Nah, dude.
Are you serious? Are you serious though, bro?
I'm so sorry.
I just want come on, come closer. That's a social experiment. Did you like that?
No, not really.
So why you do it to me?
I just wanted to grab your attention, that's all.
You can say my name, bro. I got ears, bro.
Alright, sorry.
Don't ever tap a grown man on his back like that, bro.
No worries,
What's your name?
Nathan.
How old are you?
I'm 21. I just turned 21.
Man, goddamn, you old enough to get your ass kicked.
Yeah, sorry. I just grew up watching your fights.
You look at my son. Look at the way my son looking at you.
Yeah, sorry. Alright, thank you guys. Thank you.
I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't really think there's a problem with this. I think there's a lot of guys that are disrespect. Like, I think honestly, like, this. So like, it sounds really bad in the context of like what just happened, right? But like, I think that in a lot of cases, like, this is like growing up. Whenever it was educational. Yeah, no, maybe he overreacted a little bit. But like, I've had a few times in like my life, and again, I'm not justifying this. I'm not saying that, like, you know, he did overreact in a way, but at the same time, it's like, this is just really how guys could act, right? And so a little bit, yeah, you are? Well, I don't know. I don't think it, like, am I crazy for thinking like somebody that just gets annoyed by the way that you try to interact with them is very different than somebody that punches and beats the shit out of somebody? Like, I don't even think this is in the same universe, right? It's just not. Like, yeah, it's try to get my reaction too. It went too hard. Yeah, exactly. Like, cause, and that's it. Like, I mean, I know everybody's out for blood. Everybody right now is out for blood. People are out for blood. They're so mad. But like, I see this and it's like, yeah, maybe it's overreaction. But like, you know, it's not a big deal, right? I'm not really gonna care about that. And like, I get, like, you know, maybe it bothered him. He didn't like it, and like that's okay. And at the end of the day, nobody got hurt, right? It didn't matter. And so here we go. Oh, this I thought this was cute. Let's listen to this. Here we go.